Good evening, respected everyone and dear all the honorable guests, including our today's chief guest for inauguration, the patrons, the chairperson, additional chairpersons, co-chairperson of today's technical session, keynote speakers, and the entire team of Inspira Research Association and team of Maharishi Arvind Institute of Science and Management, Jaipur, and majority of participants who have joined the program. I heartily welcome you all. First of all, I would like to invite Professor S.S. Modi, President, Inspira Research Association, and former President, Indian Accounting Association, and former Head, Department of ABST, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur, for opening remarks on behalf of Inspira Research Association. Professor S.S. Modi.
Thank you, Dr. Ravikant, General Secretary, Inspira Research Association, IRA. Good evening, dear one and all. I welcome you, particularly the patron, Dr. Bharat Parashar, Director, Maharishi Arvind Group of Institutions, Jaipur, and Dr. Rubina Sajid, Conference Organizing Director and Head, Department of Commerce and Management, Maharishi Arvind Institute of Science and Management, Jaipur, for collaborating with Inspira Research Association for jointly organizing the virtual international multidisciplinary conference on innovations, achievements, and challenges in global economy, commerce and management, technology, and digital world, going to be organized on February 25th and 26th, 2022. I hereby welcome today's chief guest, a great academician and administrator, Honorable Madam Professor Nilima Singh, Vice Chancellor, University of Kota, for inauguration of the conference. I also feel pleasure to hearty welcome of the chairperson of today's session, Professor Dean Pastor from Philippines, and additional chairpersons, Madam Bijotto from Brazil, and Professor Dr. Mehta from Jaipur, co-chairperson and keynote speaker, Dr. Anukriti Sharma from Kota, keynote speakers, Dr. Irkol from Turkey, and Jusna from Poland. I also welcome to all the guests, entire team of organizing committee from Maharishi Arvind Institute of Science and Management and Inspira Research Association, and learned participants from all over the country and abroad to give their best and enrich their academic level in the conference. Without them, such conferences can't be successful. The Inspira Research Association, IRA, Jaipur, India, is a registered leading organization of academicians, professionals, and researchers for research development and advancements, established in 2011. It is a non-profit organization dedicated to the promotion and development of research in the field of management, commerce, economics, taxation, finance, computer science, education, humanities, social sciences, and applied sciences, etc. The association regularly publishes 5 peer-reviewed refereed international and national journals with high impact factor and indexed at various prestigious international organizations, namely JMME, JCECS, IJRCMSS, IJEMMASSS, and IJIRA quarterly. The IRA also publishes books with ISBN in the above areas and fields. Inspira Research Association has been organizing national and international conferences, seminars, workshops, webinars, FDPs, live sessions, etc. regularly, with certain special features such as opportunity to publish papers in peer-reviewed refereed journals and in ISBN books and conference proceedings with ISBN in addition to paper presentation in the conference. I am happy to inform you that participation response to this conference also is really very, very overwhelming from all parts of the country and abroad. We have received more than 75 papers for presentation on both the sessions. For both the days, 12 best paper presentation awards, 6 for each day's session for the conference would be announced on tomorrow at the valedictory. Inspira Research Association also provide opportunity to participants for availing of academic excellence awards on the basis of their academic achievements during last 3 years, which would also be announced on tomorrow at the valedictory. The main theme of the conference is based on innovations, achievements, and challenges in global economy, commerce and management, technology, and digital world. A year and a half since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, the global economy is poised to stage its most robust post-recession recovery in 90 years in 2021. But the rebound is expected to be uneven across countries, as major economies look set to register strong growth even as many developing economies lag. Global growth is expected to accelerate to 5.6% this year, largely on the strength in major economies such as the United States and China. And while growth for almost every region of the world has been revised upward for 2022, many continue to grapple with COVID-19 and what is likely to be its long shadow. Despite this year's pickup, the level of global GDP in 21-22 is expected to be 3.2% below pre-pandemic projections, and per capita GDP among many emerging market and developing economies is anticipated to remain below pre-COVID-19 peaks for an extended period. As the pandemic continues to flare, it will shape the path of global economic activity. Despite the scale of the pandemic, additional budgetary allocation to various social safety measures has been relatively low in India compared with other countries. Although the country might look comparable to the reference group in non-health sector measures, the additional health sector fiscal measures are less than half those in the reference group. More worryingly, the India government's announced allocation in 2022 budget for such measures does not show an increase once inflation is taken into account. So far as challenges of commerce and management are concerned, we are facing challenges regarding cyber and data security, online identity verification, attracting the perfect customer, customer loyalty, converting shoppers into paying customers, competition and competitor analysis, price and shipping, and product return and refund policies, etc. How to overcome commerce and management challenges? We can overcome these challenges by communicating effectively, motivating the team, fostering teamwork, handling conflicts among team members, hiring an employee, managing the time, hiring the right fit for the company, and promoting the company's mission, etc. Regarding technology challenges, data security, big data, cloud computing, open source software, mobile payments, social media related liabilities, wearable computing, and the Internet of Things, etc. are the big challenges before all of us. Digital technologies have advanced more rapidly than any innovation in our history, reaching around 50% of the developing world's population in only 2 decades and transforming societies. By enhancing connectivity, financial inclusion, access to trade and public services, technology can be a great equalizer. In this conference, there would be 2 technical sessions. On today, first technical session would be on innovations, achievements, and challenges on global economy, commerce, and management. And the second technical session on tomorrow would be on innovations, achievements, and challenges on technology, digital world, and social sciences. I hope you all would enrich and gain a lot from this international multidisciplinary conference. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Professor S.S. Modi. Now I would like to invite Dr. Shalini Saiwal, Associate Professor, Maharishi Arvind Institute of Science and Management, Jaipur, for the opening remarks on behalf of Maharishi Arvind Institute of Science and Management. Dr. Shalini.
Good afternoon, everyone. I, Dr. Shalini Saiwal, Associate Professor, Maharishi Arvind Institute of Science and Management, welcome you all dignitaries for 12th International Multidisciplinary Conference on Innovations, Achievements, and Challenges in Global Economy, Commerce and Management, Technology and Digital World. A quote by Dalai Lama, share your knowledge. It is a way to achieve immortality. And so today we are on a common platform for sharing knowledge and information. First of all, on the behalf of MASIM, I would like to welcome our chief guest, Professor Nilima Singh, Vice Chancellor, Kota University. I also take the privilege of welcoming patron and director, Maharishi Arvind Group of Institutions, Dr. Bharat Parashar. I would like to welcome Chairperson, Pester Argulis, Dean, College of Commerce, College of Computer Studies, Philippines, and additional chairpersons, Beatrice Lucia and Professor Anil Mehta. I welcome co-chairperson and keynote speaker, Dr. Anukriti Sharma, as well as keynote speakers, Dr. Irkol from Turkey and Justin from Poland. I would also like to welcome all the learned participants of the conference. Giving an introduction of MASIM to you, MASIM is a premier institute of the prestigious not-for-profit Maharishi Arvind Group of Institutions, promoted by the Arvind Bharati Vidyalaya Samiti, founded in 1975 in Jaipur. The strong foundation for trust, innovation, and technology that has been created by MASIM provided a powerful platform for the students in the formative years. Besides that, I would like to thank Professor S.S. Modi, President, Inspira Research Association, and Dr. Ravikant Modi, General Secretary, Inspira Research Association, for providing us with this opportunity of conducting an international conference. Their support helped us to be a part of this conference. Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shalini.
Thank you, sir.
And now, as you know, that it is our pleasure to have Professor Nilima Singh, Vice Chancellor, University of Kota, as chief guest for the inauguration of this conference. For this, I would like to request Dr. Aarti Chopra to please welcome our today's chief guest, Professor Nilima Singh, Vice Chancellor, University of Kota. Dr. Aarti.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Ravi, sir. A very good evening to all the eminent personalities present on this platform today. I feel great honor, privilege, pride, and pleasure to welcome the eminent personality who needs no introduction. She is highly acclaimed and commendable personality. Professor Nilima Singh, Vice Chancellor, University of Kota, Kota. Professor Singh has an aura, persona, and grace which is rare. She is intelligent, passionate, and vibrant. कोई भी देश तब तक तरक्की के शिखर तक नहीं पहुंच सकता जब तक उस देश की आधी आबादी कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर न चले. नीलिमा मैम की लाइफ इतनी मोटिवेटिंग है that it gives message to all the women that एक छोटी सी कविता जो मुझे याद आती है मैम की लाइफ से, चल निकल प्रथष्ट पथ पर तू, चल निकल प्रथष्ट पथ पर तू, इस धरती का अभिमान है तू, हृदय भी दे दुआ जिसे देखकर उस माँ की श्रवण कुमार है तू. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation, ma'am. Before inviting Professor Nilima, ma'am, to speak few words of wisdom for all of us, I would like to give a brief introduction about ma'am. Professor Nilima Singh, ma'am, is the first female Vice Chancellor of the University of Kota. And this is her second tenure as the Vice Chancellor of University of Kota. She is the only Vice Chancellor in the entire state of Rajasthan who headed the charge of three government universities at the same time as a Vice Chancellor. A strong visionary, researcher, and academician, Professor Nilima ma'am is one of the most renowned personalities in academia and administration. She is a postgraduate in biochemistry from Holkar Science College, Indore, and PhD from Jivaji University, Gwalior. In 2010, she was awarded as the Best Teacher Award by ITM University, Gwalior, and the same award in 2015 by the Rotary Club, Gwalior. In the year 2013, she joined as a Dean Faculty of Medicine, Jivaji University. In 2021, she was awarded as the Best Vice Chancellor Award, that is Golden Aim Award from Dynamic Business Solution, Mumbai. 42 candidates have been awarded PhD under her able guidance. More than 100 research papers have been published by her in various national and international publications. She was the president of Association of Clinical Biochemists of India. Ma'am believes that there is no greater pillar of stability than a strong, free, and educated woman. Furthermore, she believes that the educated women can boost the country's image on the world stage as well. Ma'am, I totally agree, and I feel that everyone who is sitting on this platform today would definitely agree, because we have always heard that if you educate a man, you educate a man, and if you educate a woman, you educate the whole generation. Thank you so much for your lovely message, ma'am. And ma'am, now I request you to please speak few words for all of us. Thank you so much for blessing, ma'am.
थैंक यू वेरी मच. एम आई ऑडिबल?
Yes,
मेरी
ma'am.
आवाज सुनाई दे रही है?
बिल्कुल
अरे
Yes, sir.
सभी को मेरा प्यार भरा नमस्कार. Our today's conference pattern, Dr. Bharat Parashar ji, the director of Maharishi Arvind Jaipur Arvind Group of the institution Jaipur, Professor S.S. Modi sir, the president of IRA, the R.K. Modi, Dr. R.K. Modi sir, the general secretary of IRA, Dr. Rubina Sajid, head of the Department of the Commerce and Management, Maharishi Arvind Institute of Science and Management, Jaipur, Dr. Shalini Saiwal, the associate professor, Maharishi Arvind Institute of Science and the Management, Jaipur, and my dear students. It's great to see the gathering of students and the experts from the different corners of the world in this international multidisciplinary conference on innovation, achievement, and the challenges in the global economy, commerce, and the management technology and the digital world. I am glad to be here as in the capacity of the chief guest in this particular conference. And here I wish to pay my sincere thanks to the organizing committee and especially to the President IRA, Dr. S.S. Modi, and the General Secretary, Dr. Ravi Kant Modi, for organizing such a conference in a broad topic. I really congratulate the IRA, Jaipur, and the Maharishi Arvind Institute of Science and the Management. It is equally exciting to see the galaxy of the chairpersons, the additional chairperson, the co-chairpersons, the speakers from all over the world. The IRA has done a great job bringing all the academicians from all over the world including the Philippines, Brazil, Turkey, Poland, Thailand, Malaysia, and India. I have few familiar names like Dr. Anukriti Sharma from our University of Kota, Dr. Gul Bairam from the Turkey, Dr. Venkata Rao from the Pondicherry University, and Dr. Jitesh Kumar from the Malaysia among the speakers. During these 2 days, I believe the set of objectives for the conference will surely be achieved. Commerce and management subjects have become increasingly important in the current era, especially in the COVID-19 pandemic. The people people as well as the public began putting more effort in the digitalization, and we are seeing an increase in the e-commerce and the online shopping with the new innovation ideas. So I think the selection of the topic for this conference is chosen very rightly, timely. With this note, I would also like to request the conference organizer to keep giving their best effort into the future, because we know that the students' minds are full of thoughts and the new ideas in every direction. हिंदी में एक कहावत है, सावन के घोड़े को हमेशा हरा ही हरा नजर आता है। क्यों? क्योंकि उसको समझ में नहीं आता है कि वो कहाँ से खाए और कहाँ से वो छोड़े। तो इसलिए यही सिचुएशन हमारे स्टूडेंट्स की भी होती है। उनमें इतना ज्यादा इनोवेशन और इनोवेटिव आइडियाज होते हैं कि उनको समझ में नहीं आता है कि मैं उनको एग्जीक्यूट किस डायरेक्शन में करूं। सो इट इज अवर ड्यूटी टू गिव देम राइट डायरेक्शन एंड हेल्प देम to execute their innovation and the achievements, so that as the Modi sir was saying about the global economy, they will definitely help in making or increasing or helping to rise the global economy of the nation. I again giving you the best wishes to all the participants. Once again, thank you so much, the organizer, for inviting me, and I wish the good luck and the grand success for this conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. From the bottom of our hearts, we wish to show our deepest gratitude for guiding us and blessing us with your words of wisdom. Ma'am, you are a true blend of simplicity and knowledge. एक छोटी सी हिंदी में कविता मुझे भी याद आती है, जो आपको देखकर बिल्कुल सार्थक प्रतीत होती है। कोमल है, कमजोर नहीं तू, शक्ति का नाम ही नारी है, जग को जीवन देने वाली हर मुश्किल तुझसे हारी है। You are truly a superwoman, ma'am. We salute you. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation.
Thank you, Aarti. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much once again, Professor Nilima ma'am, for sparing your valuable time for this conference, ma'am. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Modi ji.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. And now I would like to welcome our today's chairperson, Dean Pastor Argulas Jr., College of Computer Studies, University of Perpetual Health System, Delta, Philippines. Professor Dean actively serves research communities in various roles. He is serving as editorial boards and peer reviewer of different international research journals, chair, co-chair, technical panelist, and member of organizing committee of different international research conferences. Professor Argulas also served as public lecturer, guest lecturer in University of Bhayangara in Jakarta, Indonesia, KL University in India, and University of Bhayangara in Indonesia. His area of research is computer science and information technology. He is International Scientist Award winner in research category 2021 from VD Good Professional Association, Trivandrum, India. He is also affiliated to number of reputed professional associations and boards of Poland, Bhutan, Philippines, and India. It is our pleasure to have Dr. Pastor as a chairperson with us today. And now I would like to invite Dr. Dean Pasture for delivering his chairperson's address. Welcome, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Modi.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, it is my pleasure to deliver my chairman's address to you all to this 12th International Multidisciplinary Conference on Innovations, Achievements and Challenges in Global Economy, Commerce and Management Technology and Digital World. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening here in the Philippines and good afternoon there in India. Please always include to our prayers the global peace of everyone in the world. I am honored and humbled by your presence and by the generous words of the organizer, Maharishi Arvind Institute of Science and Management, in partnership with Inspira Research Association and all honorable speakers who have proceeded here today. I would like to begin with a few thank you. I want to say a special thank you to Dr. Modi and Dr. Ravikant Modi for the invitation and the entire Maharishi Arvind Institute of Science and Management. I am deeply grateful for the wonderful, of course, if there are students here, faculty members or professors, staff, and all researchers who make up this conference possible. On behalf of the organizing committee, I warmly congratulate you all to this 12th International Multidisciplinary Conference on Innovations, Achievements and Challenges in Global Economy, Commerce and Management Technology and Digital World. This gathering has been carefully organized to mark such milestones of research of our society. I am very privileged to deliver this message of this important conference. At this conference, let us all celebrate what we as a professional community have achieved. Additionally, our future and our vision is to create even greater value to all corners of the world. This conference will be one for us to collaborate and also share our thoughts and exchange ideas on how to grasp our journey forward to reach goals. And the institution has an exciting program at this conference that will allow all researchers and participants to reflect upon and celebrate all your individual accomplishments, renew friendships, virtually and extend networks, and of course, jointly explore present and future research directions. I hope that you will have productive and fun-filled moment at this very special conference. To put a conference of this magnitude together is not a small task. To that end, I want to thank again the Maharishi Arvind Institute of Science and Management for invitation or for inviting me for their tireless efforts to organize this session and tracks. I would like to thank all the sponsoring organizations for providing their generous support. Also, I would like to thank all of the conference participants for their contributions, which are the foundation of the significant conference. A discussion of digital learning reminds us nonetheless that human interactions are at the heart of all we do. And that brings to me a question we should pose to ourselves. In this environment of intense intellectual and research activity, how can we build a culture that respects and embraces diversity and inclusion as an indispensable element of academic and research excellence? We meant well. We tried our best. Good intention is a hall pass through a history, a sleeping pill that ensures the dream. So this quote is a spur to me, as I hope that it would be to us all, that our actions as institution alone are insufficient and must be matched by something both less tangible and more profound, a change in culture, outlook, understanding, and respect values. Each of us must encourage an openness to the respectiveness of others and a personal commitment to create a better, more inclusive, more equitable MAISM. Finally, I am deeply grateful for the wonderful organization the researchers, faculty or professors, the staff, and all researchers who make up this conference possible. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Dean Pastor Argulis, sir. Thank you so much for sparing your time from a different time zone. May I know what is the time at your place right now? Pastor, sir. Okay. So that means you are in a different time zone. If we are in evening, that means you are in morning. But then also you have spared your time. You have taken out time for us and benefited our participants immensely. Thank you so much for being a part of this conference, sir. We are deeply grateful.
My pleasure, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much once again, Professor Dean Pastor, for always supporting to all of us by giving your best in noble spirit always in our academic program, sir. Thank you so much once again. And now I would like to welcome our today's additional chairperson, Madam Beatriz Lucia Bisotto, University Center Unifaces, Brazil. Madam Bisotto is a postdoctoral student at the University of Aveiro, Portugal, and PhD in administration from the University of Texas Agreement, Master in Business Administration from the University of Texas, specialization in controllership, graduated in accounting services, and judicial expert also. University Center Unifaces, Brazil, institutional connection 2019, and her current connection is employee, functional framework, and tutor teacher. She has 3 international research projects: applied social sciences, spirituality between Brazil, Pakistan, and India. It is our pleasure to have Professor Beatriz Bisotto with us. I would like to invite Madam Beatriz for delivering additional chairperson's address. Welcome, ma'am. Please unmute, ma'am. Please unmute. Yes, ma'am. Welcome, ma'am.
Okay. Good morning from Brazil and good evening, all the participants of the conference. At first, I would like to say that it's an honor to be here with you in this special 12th International Multidisciplinary Conference on innovations, achievements, and challenges in global economy, commerce, and management, technology, and digital world. I would like to thank Professor Dr. S.S. Moody. I would like to thank Dr. Rubina Sajish, Professor Dr. Anil Mehta, Dr. Mayank Sharma, Dr. Ravi Kant Moody, Dr. Vinay Pant, and I would like to thank all the speakers, organizers, and my colleague, the chairperson of tomorrow, Dr. Chai Xing for being here again. So, digital technologies have advanced more rapidly than any innovation in our story, reaching around 50% of the developing world's population in only 2 decades and transforming societies. By enhancing connectivity, financial inclusion, access to trade and public services, technology can be a great equalizer. In the health sector, for instance, all enabled frontier technologies are helping to save lives, diagnose diseases, and extend life expectancy. In education, virtual learning environments and distant learning have opened up programs to students who would otherwise be excluded. Public services are also becoming more accessible and accountable through blockchain-powered systems and less bureaucratically burdensome as a result of all assistance. Big data can also support more responsive and accurate policies and programs. However, Those yet to be connected remain cut off from the benefits of this new era and remain further behind. Many of the people left behind are women, the elderly, persons with disabilities, or from ethnic or linguistic minorities, indigenous groups, and residents of poor or remote areas. The pace of connectivity is slowing, even reversing among some constituencies. For example, globally, the proportion of women using the internet is 12% lower than the men. While this gap narrowed in the most regions between 2013 and 2017, it widened in the least developed countries from 30% to 33%. The use of algorithms can replicate and even amplify human and systemic bias where they function on the basis of data which is not adequately diverse. Lack of a diversity is in the technology sector can mean that this challenge is not adequately addressed. I would like to talk a little bit about the future of work. Throughout history, technological revolutions have changed the labor force, creating new forms and patterns of work, making others obsolete, and leading to wider societal changes. This current wave of change is likely to have profound impacts. For example, the International Labour Organization estimates that the shift to a greener economy could create 240 million new jobs globally by 2030 through the adoption of sustainable practices in the energy sector, the use of electric vehicles, and increasing energy efficiency in existing and future buildings. Meanwhile, reports by groups such as McKinsey suggest that 800 million people could lose their jobs to automation by 2030, while polls reveal that the majority of all employees worry that they do not have the necessary training or skills to get a well-paid job. There is a broad agreement that managing these trends will require changes in our approach to education, for instance, by placing more emphasis on science, technology, engineering, and maths, by teaching soft skills and resilience, and by ensuring that people can reskill and upskill throughout their lifetimes. Unpaid work, for example, childcare and elderly care in the home, will need to be better supported, especially as with the shifting age profile of global populations, the demands on these tasks are likely to increase. Today, digital technologies such as data pooling and are used to track and diagnose issues in agriculture, health, and the environment, or to perform daily tasks such as navigating traffic or paying a bill. They can be used to defend and exercise human rights, but they can also be used to violate them, for example, by monitoring our movements, purchases, conversations, and behaviors. Governments and businesses increasingly have the tools to mine and exploit data for financial and other purposes. However, personal data would become an asset to a person if there were a formula for better regulation to empower individuals, to improve human welfare, and promote universal rights depending on the type of protection put in place. So how to manage these developments in the subject of much discussion, nationally and internationally, at a time when geopolitical tensions are on the rise? The UN Secretary General has warned of a great fracture between world powers, each with their own internet and AI strategy, as geopolitical and military views are contradictory. Such a divide could establish a digital Berlin Wall. Increasingly, digital cooperation between states and a universal cyberspace that reflects global standards for peace and security, human rights, and sustainable development is seen as a crucial to ensuring a united world. A global commitment for digital cooperation is a key recommendation by the Secretary General's high-level panel on digital cooperation. So, finishing my speech, I would like to wish good luck for all the participants, and I would like to thank you for the invitation for being here. Thank you, everyone. Best wishes.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Bisotto from Brazil. You have always been very supportive and very actively you have been taking part in our Inspira conferences. Thank you so much once again from the bottom of our hearts, ma'am. And you're very true in saying that technology is playing a very, very important role, whether it is medicine during COVID, what best time we can say during COVID, we have seen that a lot of R&D has been done in medicine, technology, education. Inspira Research Association is the best example for the use of technology in education. I think March 2020, COVID had hit the world much earlier, but in March we had the lockdown, and from May 2020 onwards, Ravi sir, please correct me if I'm wrong. May 2020
Yes,
we
yes,
started with the online conferences and all. So that means technology definitely in education is playing a lot of important role, significant role. But at the same time, technological revolutions have their own disadvantages also, like fraud through data and chasing and all, as Bisotto ma'am said. So we have to be very careful while using the technology so that we gain all the advantages from it and we try to reduce all the disadvantages we can have. Thank you so much, ma'am Bisotto from Brazil, once again for being a part of this conference. Thank you so much for your never-ending support. You're always there for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am Bisotto, ma'am. And I still remember, Dr. Aarti, that we have organized a webinar on COVID on
Yes,
17th May 2020.
True.
That was our first, online event. And after that, even we don't remember how many academic events we have organized for the, for the benefits of.
So that means not even 2 months after the lockdown, we started going digital. Yes. So hats off to you, Ravi sir, for all these efforts. Hats
all
off.
our team. It's a teamwork, ma'am. And we have organized so many FDPs, workshops. And in our next month also, we are going to organize 7 days workshop on research methodology. So thank you so much once again. And now I would like to welcome Professor Anil Mehta sir, Professor School of Legal Studies, Banasthali University, Banasthali, and former head, Department of Business Administration, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur, and today's additional chairperson for today's session also. And Professor Mehta is also the Vice President of Inspira Research Association. It is our pleasure to have Professor Mehta sir always. Professor Mehta sir is always with us, always motivating us, and the blessing of Mehta sir is always with us. Thank you so much, Professor Mehta sir. And now I would like to welcome Professor Mehta sir for delivering his speech. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi Modi. Am I audible clearly?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Respected Professor S.S. Modi, President Inspira, Mr. Bharat Parashar, Director MISIM, the chairperson of this session, Asher Agulis, the additional chairpersons, Betroj, keynote speakers, and learned participants. Just mentioned by Dr. Aarti and Dr. Ravi Modi that Inspira Research Association has organized series of workshops, seminars, and conferences during the severe crisis of pandemic. Right now, I'm not having the exact figure how many papers have been presented during these conferences, workshops, and seminars, but a very crude guess and estimate that perhaps during this period, more than 1,500 papers at least have been presented on variety of subjects. Those who have attended Inspira's conferences and seminars, they know it very well that how much they enriched. What to say of about the research scholars and the participants? Even the other persons, maybe in the capacity of chairperson or additional chairperson or keynote speakers or our guest, the feedback that we received from every corner of the country and our guest, that was really, really overwhelming. So full compliments to Dr. Ravi Modi and Professor S.S. Modi for that. As far as this particular conference is concerned, we have kept a very contemporary and exciting theme of the conference. That is innovations, achievements, and challenges in commerce, business management, and the technology. Particularly in the last 2 years, there have been drastic changes. And nowadays, these changes have really compelled us to think that how in future we would be able to compete at the global level. One thing is very clear, that whether we talk about any business organization or any service sector institution, proactiveness will be the key for the success. Unless we observe the environment very minutely, unless we analyze the external environment and the changes which are taking place, and accordingly, unless we are ready to change our mindset, our strategies, it would be very difficult to survive in the highly competitive environment. Of course, the indicators clearly reflect that in future, there will be a lot of risk in operations. And those who are starting the new ventures, they will have to continuously take the risk also. Of course, the risk will be calculating, but entrepreneurs must be preparing themselves for some fatal outcomes also. Risk will always be there. Uncertainty will always be there. So in this turbulent environment, risk-taking will be the key for those who want to success, particularly in business and industries. Of course, this pandemic period has provided not only opportunities, but simultaneously many threats also. Certainly, in future, the situation will continue. There will be a lot of opportunities. Entrepreneurs particularly will have to identify the possible gaps in the market, gaps between the demand and supply. Entrepreneurs or future entrepreneurs or those who are starting their new ventures, startups, they will have to recognize where the opportunities and in the context of demand and supply exist. And of course, there may not be much demand, but entrepreneurs will have to think whether they are in a position to create demand for their products and services. The most important factor that will be the deciding factor in future for success and to lead the market is innovativeness. It is very clear that those who are quite innovative, innovation in their products, innovation in the features of the existing products, innovation in packaging, innovations in distribution channels, they will have an edge over others. So perhaps a single factor that will become a strong edge for the organization is their innovativeness or innovative attitude. Of course, in order to survive in a highly competitive environment, unless resources are leveraged, that is maximum utilization of available resources, intelligent use of available resources, that will be very important to curtail the cost and to offer the products and services in the market on a very, very competitive price, apart from the quality. So on one hand, the organizations will have to focus more and more on their superior quality, but we cannot ignore the cost aspect, particularly in a country like India. If you want to serve the middle class or the people who are in the poverty zone, you'll have to provide the products and services at lower cost also. It is not necessary that the organizations may have a large customer base. And of course, if we see the experience of startups, what we find that they start with the low customer base, serve them well, and then gradually enhance their customer base. And ultimately, the outcome is important, and the outcome in the form of value creation. How much value you can create through your products and through your services. How your services and products will be very, very useful for the society at large. So I think the future is quite exciting. There may be some threats, but with the help of innovations, with the prediction of the future challenges, we can formulate new strategies. And of course, whether it is a question of an individual or an organization, one should be very, very responsive and proactive towards the change. I'm quite sure that many of these aspects which I've just touched, they will be deliberated upon during the presentations by the participants. Once again, as Vice Chairman and of this session, as well as a Vice President of Inspira Association, I welcome all the participants who have responded well and really worked hard for their presentations. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor. Anil Mehta sir for delivering very, very impressive and informative speech, sir. Your words always motivates all the scholars, all the teachers. We are very thankful to you for always sparing your time for us academic activities, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to welcome the great academician and eminent academician and young academician, Dr. Anukriti Sharma, Head and Associate Professor, Department of Commerce and Management, University of Kota, and co-chairperson and keynote speaker for today's session also. And Dr. Anukriti is also Dean of two faculties, Tourism and Hospitality and Aviation and Aerospace at Rajasthan Skills University in Jaipur. In 2015, Dr. Anukriti received a research award from the University Grants Commission, New Delhi, for her project analysis of the status of tourism in Hadoti and Shekhawati region, opportunities, challenges, and future prospects. Her doctorate from the University of Rajasthan is in tourism marketing. Her special interest areas are tourism marketing, strategic management, and international business management. She has edited books on tourism, opportunities, and ventures, on maximizing business performance and efficiency through intelligent systems under IGI Global, Scopus Indexed, etc. Her current projects include editing a book on COVID-19 and tourism sustainability, ethics, responsibilities, challenges, and new directions for Rocher, USA. She is also a member of 10 professional bodies. She has attended a number of national and international conferences and presented 45 papers. She has been invited as keynote speaker, panel member by different countries such as Sri Lanka, Uzbekistan, Nepal, and Turkey. It is our pleasure to have such an eminent academician with us, Dr. Anukriti Sharma ma'am. And I have also seen so many academic activities ma'am is doing for the betterment of her department and University of Kota. I have seen on social media, Facebook, ma'am, you are doing a really fabulous job in the field of academics, ma'am. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
So before starting my formal, presentation, I would like to definitely say thanks from the bottom of my heart to Professor S.S. Modi sir, to Professor Anil Mehta sir, and to Dr. Ravikant Modi ji for inviting me for this conference as a co-chairperson and a keynote speaker for today's session. A very, very good evening, namaskar to everyone. My special greetings for the Brazilian colleagues, Bom dia. A special greeting for the friends and colleagues from Philippines, Mangal Dabi. Special greetings to my friend from Turkey, Marhaba. And a very special greeting for the colleague from Poland, Dober Wicher. So I'm so glad to be the part of this conference, and this is the second time when I'm the part of any conference organized by IRA. I would also like to thank Dr. Rubina Madam from Maharishi Arvind Institute for having me here. And it is an absolute pleasure for me to sharing this platform with the eminent professors like Professor Venkat Rao from Pondicherry University, Professor J.K. Jain sir, the chairperson for tomorrow's session. It is, I have even never imagined that I'll be able to share the dice with such an eminent professors. My friends from Malaysia, Dr. Jitesh will be a keynote speaker. Dr. Professor Gulverem from Turkey. She is with us today. So I'm really glad to see so many familiar faces here. And, speaking in front of professors like Professor J.K. Jain sir, Professor Anil Mehta sir, Professor S.S. Modi sir, and of course in front of Professor Venkat Rao sir, it takes courage because I'm still a learner. And though the conference is related more with management and commerce, but I'm a person who is from the field of tourism. So with the due permission of all the dignitaries here, I would like to give a small presentation. The presentation, though this presentation is, there's few things which are for the academicians, but it is more student-centric and research scholar-centric. So with the kind permission, I would like to share my screen and I hope it will be visible. Is it visible to everyone?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, it's visible.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. So my today's topic is tourism, education, opportunities and challenges, because the conference is all about the innovations. And before jumping to the, going in depth in the formal, description about my topic, why I have selected it and what I want to tell, I would like to tell all the, persons who are from abroad on this particular platform that this is evening 5:20 here in India. And in India, Indians are actually very foodie. And this is a time for evening snacks and evening tea for us. So it is an online conference, so we cannot offer it, of course, in person. But I would like to offer you it online. See, I've had just a simple request to everyone. Just please consider me as a chef of any restaurant, of a hotel where you are staying for another 7 days. Okay. And being in a service industry, because hotel industry and so tourism and travel are the service industries. So being in the service industry, which is for the people, by the people and from the people, it is our duty being a chef to ask my visitor that what is the favorite cuisine. Suppose, just for an example, you said noodles. So it is, of course, my duty to, offer you noodles. So I cooked on day one, being a chef of that restaurant, noodles, just simple salty noodles for everyone who asked for the noodles. Second day also, because you said that you love noodles, that's why second day also I cooked noodles for you. But this time I am using some capsicums and some tomatoes and some vegetables in it. But I think I have to be a little innovative, as here we are discussing innovations. So on day third, I have cooked noodles with Manchurian just for a taste change and to show my innovativeness. Day third, I cooked some noodles with some eggs. So again, just for change. Day 5, again, I thought to cook something for you, and I have prepared some, Szechuan noodles, little bit spicy for all of you, just for a taste change. Now on day 6, I'm still thinking what to cook for you. But as you told me that you love noodles, so to make you more glad, I cooked so many sort of noodles for you on day 6. But still I'm not happy. I'm feeling that I'm not serving you well. So I'm thinking again that what do you want to have on 7th day? Because I can cook noodles. So would you like to have some noodles on 7th day as well? I think yes. So that's why on 7th day also I cooked some noodles for you. This time it is a bowl full of soup noodles for you. So from this platform, I have just one question from all the dignitaries, all the teachers, all the scholars, that when we are talking about education, and when we are talking especially about the achievements and innovationness, do you think this particular change in the recipe is an innovation exactly? So are we doing this thing? We are not doing the same thing in the education system. If you will see the curriculums, maybe I'm sounding little, rigid or outspoken, but I'm telling you a truth that if we are talking about the education system, if we are talking about the curriculum designing, because curriculum is something which is a backbone of any education system, whether that is management, marketing, tourism, sciences, doesn't matter. But curriculum designing is the first and the foremost part of any education system of any country. So when we are designing the curriculum, don't you think so that what we are exactly doing? we are adopting the strategy of making this sort of noodles, that adding something from this place, adding something from that university, adding something from X university, from Y university, and the curriculum is almost ready for all of us. And then we want our students should be, successful in the career, and they have that innovativeness, they have that creativeness in them. So don't you think that we are repeating some mistakes, and we are being academicians also, we are doing some mistakes? The student who is studying in Aligarh Muslim University, although this is not the platform to quote any university, and I'm not targeting any university, but it is just for an example. If I'm talking about a university which is in Uttar Pradesh, and the university is exactly teaching the same which is taught in Madhya Pradesh, or in Rajasthan, or in Pondicherry. So don't you think so that there are some changes in the state level education also which we required? Maybe in Uttar Pradesh, the students need something else, but in Rajasthan, they doesn't need to read all those things. But are we justifying the things? This is my question from this particular, platform. Here we are discussing about innovativeness, but I think that innovativeness without the critical thinking is just a waste, because we all are trying to be innovative these days, and there are lots of examples in front of us that how one can be more innovative, and we have lots of strategies and tactics for the same. But are we teaching our students that how to become a critical thinker? Because when we are talking about a non-critical thinker, they just collect the information, maybe from secondary or the primary data, and they just draw the conclusion without any logics. But when we are talking about a critical thinker, they collect the information, they evaluate that information, then they draw the conclusion using the logics, and then they evaluate again all those conclusions with a logical mindset. So now for an example, if I'm telling you, if I ask again one more question, that if you are a tourist and I am offering you to visit in these, there are two pictures. One is the picture of monuments of the world, and the other side, there's a picture of a science lab. So what will be your preference? Definitely, being a tourist, we would like to go to the monuments. We would love to see the monuments. So do you think that it is innovation at all? If the tour operators, the tour guides, or the tour programmers, or even the university education tours are offering to see some monuments or the historical places or the scenic beauty, or to try some cuisine, the local cuisine, what is the innovative thing into this, by the way? So here my submission is this, that when you are inviting someone to your country, maybe for a conference, maybe for an education tour, why don't, other than these places which are already explored and famous of your city, of your country, why don't we focus on certain things which are hidden, but they are good? They can be proved as an asset for your destination. So we need to think about it. Here, I want to tell one more thing, that every time, because I'm from tourism field, and every time whenever I'm talking and seeing the curriculums, we are talking about the importance of languages. How many of institutions and the universities are including sign languages in their curriculum? Do you have any idea about it? That how many Indian universities especially have the sign languages in their curriculum? Don't you think so that accessible tourism, it can be a game changer for our country? Because accessible tourism is something where we are talking about providing the tourism facilities to the persons who are differently abled, or to the old age people, or maybe to the pregnant women, or maybe, to the family members who have small kids. So they all come into the category of accessible tourists. Only Kerala is the state in entire India. They have started in 2019 barrier-free Kerala project. So that is the only state who is offering accessible tourism. And why I am focusing on this? Because I'm planning to start a course on tourism management in our university. And I'm going through with all the syllabuses from all the reputed universities. And this is what I found, that we are lacking into the education system here. That where we are talking about learning and teaching our students, training our students in French, Spanish, German, Russian. We are really lacking in training them in sign languages, which can be an which is an actually untouched area, untouched part. We can change the image of our country by using accessible tourism. Although it is time taking, but it is really good. Because I have a live example from Nepal, which is a smaller country than us. But Nepal is certainly doing very good in accessible tourism. And I have visited Nepal in 2018, and that was for accessible tourism conference only. And I have seen this thing that the participants, the persons who are differently able, they have the special tracking, they have the tracks, they are participating in the dancing and all these things. So I think we should need some sort of strategies or some sort of things related with this. So I would like to show a small video here. If it will work, then it will be great. Yeah, I think it will work. I think it is audible to everyone. It is from Nepal actually, and it is related with accessible tourism. So it is quite long video, so I have stopped it in between because it is only 4 minutes left with me. So don't you think that is just quite heart-touching video, and we can learn something from this particular video? Because if you will see this video, I mean, if you have watched this video very critically, I must say that they are not doing anything so unique which India cannot do, right? But we are actually not thinking in that direction. So we are talking about creativity, we are talking about innovativeness, but critical thinking is something which is very much missing in planning and making the strategies in the education system. So this is a submission from my side. And one more thing I would like to tell you, we are talking these days about, I myself is a director of a skill development center of my university, and we are talking about developing skills in our students. And these skills are maximum time related with personality development and communication, or maybe like, stress-free environment and all these things. But will you believe that a country like Costa Rica, they are training their students how to build the houses, to protect the ecological system of their nation. So how innovative this is now, where we are giving training to the students to build the houses which are more, which are helpful to protect their environment. So are we in that, condition? So this is why submission, whenever we are talking about innovativeness, we must have to use the critical thinking plus the creative thinking. So that's why half of the problem will be sorted out. And not taking much of your time, I just want to switch 1 or 2 slides. that if we want to be successful in travel and tourism area, we need some few skill sets, which are like confidence, excellent communication skills, diligence, flexibility, commitment, good administration skills, management skills, patience, good research and planning, problem solving skills, etc. And one more thing, I think this will, there are one more slide other than this, multitasking. You know, every time we are talking about, it's such a common word in our daily lives, especially when we are talking to our students, we are saying, we are asking them to be a multitasker. Okay, so multitasking is very good, but I have a few questions. Can you do dancing and walking together? Can you eating and answering the guest queries? Like I'm eating here something and I can present, can I? Running and giving the lecture, I'm running right now and I'm giving my lecture, will it be possible for me? Attending the phone call while greeting the visitor who's standing on the reception area. Cooking and attending the office work, if the mind, you really need to put the mind in that office work. Having lunch and showing a monument to a tourist. So don't you think so? Multitasking is something where you are saying that you can do tasks more than one. So that is also multitasking. These are all the examples of multitasking. Can we do this? No, we can't, right? So that's why my submission that it is better that we shift from multitasking to serial tasking. You know, multitasking to serial tasking, like walking and chewing, it is possible. That is called serial tasking, not multitasking. So, you know, what we can suggest our students to be serial tasking, to adopt the serial tasking skills rather than adopting the multitasking skills. So this is, and next, because if you are in a service industry, whether you are a tour manager or a guide or in any capacity, if you are in a service industry, you have to remember 7 P's. That is, be positive, be productive, be patient, be progressive, be passionate, and praising others, and be polite with everyone in any situation. And distinctions, the combination of both will work for us. Be smart, confident, adopt your, don't copy anyone, be with your own style, whatever you have, that's okay. Be good communicator, knowledgeable, and most importantly, knows when, where, which to ignore and to give importance. This is what exactly we need to train this is what we need to train. And what is important now for us, this is not R&D, research and development. We all are talking about big. I'm again submitting this because this conference is all about innovations. That is why I'm replacing R&D with L&D, that is learning and discovering rather than research and development. It's enough for us now to make the research and development. We are every time talking about that. It is better now we push our students for the case study methods to go in the field works to learn something. So that's why the outcome will be realistic, will be practical, not only on the theoretical way. Every time making a research through the statistical tools cannot be justified the concepts. So that's why it is better ask your students to bring some live case studies, go in the fields and then discover and then bring the outcomes. Single window contact concept is again very much important because nowadays in the service industry, everyone wants to use more digital media. And that's why it is better if we will provide every facility on a single window. That is the best thing. Even the government, Rajasthan government has also adopted the single window concept now in the government, planning and policies. Feedback through digital media and asking for future suggestions. This is, I also want to suggest for the conference organizers, IRA, because please don't mind, but I know that IRA is doing wonderful. But I think this part is still missing. We don't have any feedback system on digital media as such. If we will have a digital media feedback system, this will give you an authentic push to enhance your conferences and other academic and research activities in future. And we can ask for the future suggestions from the delegates, from the participants, that what further changes they actually can suggest us. So not taking much of your time, I'm just ending my talk and presentation here only by saying a last note that just merely attending a conference will not fulfill your dreams. So please continue by attending the certificate programs, conferences, educational tools, opportunity meetings, seminars, and the webinars if you really want successful person, because be always a learner, then only you can get success. And there's a small definition which I have given, that is of today. This is an opportunity to do a work better than yesterday. So with this note, I would like to again thanks to the conference organizer, IRA and Maharishi ARVIND Institute for having me and for patiently listening to me, all the participants. I'm really thankful to everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Dr. Anukriti Sharma, Head and Associate Professor, Department of Commerce and Management, University of Kota. Ma'am, listening to you is always a treat. And ma'am, you're absolutely right that we have to develop critical thinking among our students. I'm sure you must have gone through this not on maps concept, ma'am, because you are absolutely correct that these innovative ideas give us the explore to interior areas. They are lesser explored and they are very close to nature. So very beautifully you have explained the concept, ma'am. And ma'am, here I want to submit that we have this system under the able guidance of Dr. R.K. Modi, sir. He's taking his feedback from all the participants after the conference. And on the basis of those feedback only, we are re-inviting the resource persons also. And the topics also, he's asking the topics for the future conferences from the participants. Thank you so much for this suggestion, ma'am. And I hope Dr. Modi will definitely keep it doing in future also, so that we can have the real status from the participants. Thank you so much for such beautiful words. Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anukriti, for the wonderful presentation, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi Modi. I appreciate your efforts and efforts of Professor S.S. Modi, sir, and Professor Anil Mehta, sir. You are really doing awesome. And I'm thankful, as Dr. Aarti said, that it is on the feedback of the previous candidates and participants. So I'm thankful to all those for recommending my name again to be a resource person.
Yes, ma'am. We are taking feedback of each and every participant after the conferences. And we are learning from you also, ma'am. Thank you so much for your
thank you so much
for your good
You
suggestion.
speak wonderfully and you present very beautifully, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Dr. Anukriti, I also admire your presentations always. You are very, very innovative in your presentations as well as the content also. I'm really impressed by your presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. It's a big compliment from you, sir. For me, I'm a follower of you. You know this very well.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Yes, sir.
And now I would like to welcome our today's keynote speaker, Dr. Professor Gul Irkol Bairam. She is an associate professor, School of Tourism and Hotel Management, Department of Tour Guiding, University of Sinop, Turkey. Dr. Erkol is currently associate professor in the School of Tourism and Hotel Management, Department of Tour Guiding, Turkey. She has worked as an internal trainer and teacher in the tour guiding arena. She has been invited for many talks, lectures, panel discussion by different universities like University of Mumbai, International Multidisciplinary Conference, College for Women, Parade Ground, Jammu, India, International Faculty Development Program, International Digital Conference 2021 on Curriculum 4.0, Jagdish Seth School of Management and University of Management and Technology, Lahore, Al-Hamad Conference on Education, Islamic University, Islamabad, Pakistan, 11th Global Virtual Conference on Multidisciplinary Trends in Academic Research, Lead, Philippines, Canada, the Mega Virtual International Conference 2021 on Multidisciplinary Hybrid Learning in Achieving Sustainable Development Goals in Indonesia, etc. It is our pleasure to have you right away from Turkey, ma'am. We are so, we are very happy to have you as a keynote speaker. Thank you so much for sparing your wonderful, your precious time, ma'am. Now I would like to invite you for your keynote speech. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Professor Modi, for your kind words. Greetings and warm regards from Turkey. I would like to express my many gratitude to organizing team and especially to dear Anakreti Mom for recommending me this conference and also inspiring many my academic research. Also, it is a great pleasure to be with many precious academicians, Professor Rao and Professor Mehta and Professor Beatrice and Professor Pastor and other my dear colleagues and participants. Today I would like to highlight some issues related tourism, and one of my main research area is tour guiding. I would like to share my presentation. As you know, after COVID-19, many activities has been stopped or cancelled during a very important disease. And also, many years ago, one of the important book related political science by ARVIND said that and mentioned related a term, and this means shock term. Shock term is certain psychological state of individuals and entire societies. And also, a shock term means too much change in short period of time. I think that's mostly true because we are in shock now because all tourism and travel industry is in featured shock. Not long ago, and even in some countries, many country borders are sealed, many stands are standstill, and many flights are grounded. Many cruise ships are docked at harbors, and trains are stations, and buses are not playing, and hotels and restaurants are shut down. And also, I think everybody knows that social distancing has become the new mantra, and also mask, gloves, and hand washing are the new safety tools, and no one is even thinking of a holiday or touristic activities. And one of the affected areas from this pandemic is tourism, and mainly tourism workers also. Tourism sector is in the fourth month according to the World Tourism Organization, and this means that entire country lockdowns, border closures, travel restrictions, suspensions of almost all passenger flights, and many hotels close and restaurants also close, and this has resulted in unprecedented crisis by economically and socially in the sector. One of the hardest hit profession from this industry is tour guides. Tour guides are particularly vulnerable not only because of the seasonality of their profession, but also the majority of guides are self-employed. Self-employed means that they have a salary by their own efforts. They haven't a monthly income. According to the World Travel and Tourism Council, some 50 million jobs in travel and tourism industry may be risked due to the pandemics. And also many museums, monuments, attractions, destinations close, and governmental restrictions placed on travel across the globe. And tour guides are likely to be one of the major casualty of this sharp and sudden industry downturn. I think many tour guides canceled their booking during these times. So we understand that not only tour guides, but also many tourism workers and tourism authorities are very anxious about their health, about their clients' health, and their impact on their livelihood. But also we need to do more something about our future and our economy, because we handle with COVID disease, and after we overcome this issue, what to do as recovery plans. I would like to summarize this. Firstly, maybe tour guides make some virtual tours during COVID times, and also after COVID times, it will be continue. As the COVID-19 outbreak continue to cause challenges to the global tourism industry, it is time to think creatively with innovative ways. So live and virtual tours, while may not work for everyone business, is a workaround, and we can consider during pandemic. Consider that you are in a virtual tour. It is so pleasuring minutes. In your house or in your work, it is not important wherever you are. You can enter a virtual tour, one of the important places, for example, France or India or USA. It is not important. If you are a tour guide or related positions, you are a position, make experience related virtual tours. And the second one is personalization concept should rise. Since many crowded groups before pandemic, it has been decreased approximately 80%, because many people has preferred to travel alone by self. So many culture tours will be popular by organizing with a few groups or few peoples. According to the tourist demands, tours required equipment such as special vehicle, driver, disposable products, or still guides. Personalization will be popular in the near future, I think. And the other one is new destination should be formed or will be formed. Touristic places after COVID-19 will take a different course. For example, visiting popular places that many tourists visit will be greatly reduced, because, as I mentioned before, people prefer to touristic places with very few people. For example, instead unprecedented, little known destination that can host few people will come to the fore. Also, some destination where nature tourism in outdoor places can be realized will be defined as a new destination. It is thought that especially nature-based tourism will develop outside the crowded areas, for example, in India. Another trend is alternative tourism times. Alternative means it is an option to see some tourism, and these tour types based on spatial interest tourism, for example, ecotourism, gastronomy tourism, golf, yachts, diving, culture, boat watching, caravans, tourism types, rather than sea, sun and sand tourism. So many tour guides should be expert related these tourism types if they want to be popular tour guides. Another trend is local tours. Because many tourism activities has been restricted during governmental authorities, we need to travel in our country, in national area. this means domestic tourism. So local tourism involves many touristic areas and many tourism activities. Another type is VIP tours. VIP tours offer per special guest. We can do tourism activities with 2 or 3 people in VIP tours. So if we want to earn money in tourism after COVID-19 as a tour guide, we should learn how to make a good VIP tours in the tourism industry. Families, youngsters are likely to prefer more of drive-outs, especially on long weekends and short vacations, and this means VIP tours will be popular. Yes, another is outdoor activities will be another important preferable tourism activities. The lockdown, prolonged stay indoors has helped most people introspect. So cycling, sailing, walking tours, hiking, fishing, and lots of the simple pleasures may surface as reasons to holiday differently. Health farms, spas, nature villages are newer opportunities for many tour guides. After many restrictions and unsustainable feature, flexibility is the new mantra of our life, I think. Airlines, hotels are likely to be more accommodating on postponements, cancellation, early check-ins, late check-outs, especially for loyalty customers. So upgrades, extras, freebies will be welcome surprise at many places that had forgotten the true meaning of hospitality. Social media, I think, has been known for everyone in the world. In today tech-oriented world, using social media to promote our tours goes a long way, especially when we know that our competition is devoting all the energy and resources on social media marketing, publishing new content, making new videos, content creating, and etc. Social networks know that users value on informative, engaging, and visual stimulating experience. So it is so important to be a part of social media if we want to be successful as a tourism authority. Nature is the ultimate winner of the COVID-19 times. In all likelihoods, nature and wildlife will be preferred over monuments history in the months ahead. So the hills, the seashores, the wildlife reserves, and slightly isolated locations will win over the crowded favorites of Europe. If tourists opt for destination in nature, this will not be surprising, as this form of tourism will allow them to put together social distancing, discovery, and contact with nature. Finally, I would like to summarize some possible future roles. After the pandemic, both tourism stakeholders and consumers have entered into new area. Destinations where nature-oriented activities are preferred more frequently, where there is a less human density are preferred. It is expected that the qualities of this trend will continue in increase in the coming year. However, it is thought that health precautions and hygiene controls will be made in all tours and all tourism activities will be formed. In addition, it is foreseen that the travel agencies that are experts in the fields will continue to serve groups consisting of very few people, and tour guides will provide guiding services to groups consisting of small number of tourists. Today, there is almost nowhere where technology, industry 4.0 and artificial intelligence do not exist. It is not possible to think about this. One of these areas is the tourism industry. It is predicted that tour guides, tourism stakeholders will help of the robots Industry 4.0. And if we want to be sustainable, successful in the future, one of the biggest helpers is robots. And also, I think this Congress will be helpful for the participants and related researchers related our area. Thanks for your attention. That's all my presentation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gul Elkol Bayram from Turkey. Thank you so much for being with us, ma'am. And ma'am, it was so beautiful to know. I never knew that there are some live virtual tours also. That is actually a very good idea. That's a great idea, because we have many videos on YouTubes and all, but if somebody is taking us to the virtual tour that is live, that would definitely be amazing. And ma'am, the pictures you had shown, there was one picture from our Jaipur also, that was Hawa Mahal of Jaipur. It has great archaeological and historical importance, and I'm sure that you had deliberately put it because we are from Jaipur. Thank you so much for putting it, ma'am. And ma'am, the examples you have given are very, very practical, because that is my own personal experience also, because we had tickets booked for Kashmir for 20th of March. That was the day when lockdown had been imposed in India. So when few days before this lockdown, we were getting all the news from all over the country that there is definitely lockdown is to be imposed. We called that person and we told him that we are not able to come to Kashmir, and then he said, no, there is no problem, there is flexibility, and you can avail the same package till 5 years. So definitely it is very important, especially after COVID-19, that hospitality industry also has to mold and be flexible in certain areas. Thank you so much for being with us, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Most welcome, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much once again to Professor Gul.
Most welcome, Professor.
For your wonderful presentation, ma'am, and for sparing your valuable time right away from Turkey. So,
most welcome, Professor.
Thank you so
much. Many thanks again.
And as you know that we had one more keynote speaker, ma'am, Professor Josna from Poland, but unfortunately she's not able to connect with us because of some network issue from her country, because as you know that Poland is nearby Ukraine, and the situation of we all have heard the situation of Ukraine and Russia. So she's not able to join with us. She has WhatsApped me that she's not able to join. Maybe she will join in our next program, so we will get the chance to listen to Professor Josna. So now we can start our presentations. So with the permission of our chairperson, Professor Pastor Argulas, and additional chairperson, Madam Beatrice Bisotto, and Professor Anil Mehta, sir. So, sir, can we start the presentations?
Yeah, we can start now.
Sir, any guidance to the presenters?
My request to all the paper presenters that Dr. Ravi Modi has allotted 4 to 5 minutes for each presentation, followed by 1 or 2 questions. The format of the presentation will be that the presenter may start with a very brief introduction of the topic, followed by research gap and the problem statement, major objectives, the hypothesis, and the findings of the research. So please be brief and confined, and just give us the major findings at the end. So I understand that there will be a time constraint, but you will have to manage your time, and you should set your entire content within 4 to 5 minutes. Over to Dr. Ravi.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So I will call one by one. The first presenter is Junaid Hussain, the scholar from Jaipur, JNVU Jodhpur. Junaid ji, please, can you please unmute yourself? Are you ready with your presentation? Yeah, please.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you are going to present with PPT? Are
Yes,
you
sir.
sharing? Just
Yes,
a minute. Just a minute. Yeah. Yes. Now you can share. Yes. Now it's visible. You can start.
Participants also requested to keep their PPT ready, so we'll save some time.
I request all the participants that to open their open their PPT well in advance, so that you you can share easily. Mr. Junaid?
Yes, sir.
Your PPT is not visible.
1 second.
Do one thing, open your PPT without sharing, then click the share button, and then you can share. Okay, I will call. Okay, yeah, now it's visible. You can start.
Okay. Good evening, all of you. My name is Junaid Sen. I am from Jain and Vyas University, Jodhpur. And today my topic of implication of digital technology in marketing. Firstly, I'll give you the brief introduction about my topic. That marketing is a rapidly, constantly changing business activity due to the fast diffusion of technology and information over the internet, via the number of methods such as cell phone, social media platform, and electronic word of mouth. According to Chaffee et al. 2009, it giving about the some introduction about the internet marketing in 2009, that reaching marketing goal by the use of digital technology as a technology process. Digital technology, social media marketing, and social engine marketing are also growing. Compared to the previous conventional method, the method by which business approach their customer having the change drastically, and people are shaking and continues to search more on the internet, locate the best deal from supplier all across the India. Internet marketing, according to Chaffee 2013, it is a technology to marketing operate to boost the customer knowledge by the matching their desires. Now the success of the firm primarily determined by the how success.
Please just hold for a minute, and of course, presentation is there. Just tell us the major highlights. You are dealing with the introductory part. Please, don't read the entire text of this presentation. Just briefly explain what this slide is all about, and just you can proceed further, because you will not be able to complete it within 4 or 5 minutes.
Okay, and now I'm directly go to the points that. Okay, now I'm giving you some data about the most preferred internet marketing approach. They are the report published by the Harper Sport in 2015. They collecting around the 1,500 market around the world for results showing the following approach, which digital marketing approach is used by the marketer. They're giving there are more than 65% of people are using the social media marketing, search engine optimization, and many more. And you can see in this presentation. Thereafter, I'm discussing about some pros and cons of digital marketing, and last one I'm giving you about the brief introduction about my findings and conclusion also about this topic. So, because of the digital marketing,
disturbance is coming from your side, Junaid ji.
Just highlight the major objectives and the major findings. That's all. Enough. The major objectives and the major findings of your paper. What were the objectives and what was the research methodology and the major findings?
I think, sir, he has done with his presentation.
Okay, fine. Next presentation. We expect that the paper should be research based, not that theory kind of paper. And just highlight the objectives, the methodology, and the major findings. That's all.
The next presenter is Himmat Singh Thakur, professor from Vishwa Bharati Institute of Education, Ujjain. The topic is applicability of continuous and comprehensive evaluation in education system. Yes, please unmute, sir.
I'm audible to you, sir?
Yes, yes.
Am I audible? Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir, and good evening to all respected guides and supervisors. My topic for the presentation is applicability of continuous and comprehensive evaluation in education system. Sir, may I read the paper directly, sir? Please allow me. I could not prepare my PowerPoint.
Yes, no problem, no problem. You can.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Since the time immemorial, educational experts have been making efforts to bring about better and positive changes and to obtain satisfactory results in education system. In order to raise educational standard among the students, we have adopted many techniques, and still the process is in progress, comprising digital tools and technologies. But due to stagnant and faulty, as well as poor evaluation system, the quality of education is at its downfall, and the better results are beyond our access. Hence, it has been essential to introduce continuous and comprehensive evaluation in our educational system to take place positive changes, including scholastic and co-scholastic activities. Okay, let me explain what is the meaning of continuous and comprehensive evaluation. Now, continuous. The word continuous refers to identified aspects of students' development. It is a continuous process rather than an event, built into total teaching learning process and spread over the entire span of academic session. This type of evaluation system is prepared, analyzing the whole elements in which theoretical and practical facets play not only vital role in development of students, they also enable the students to be acquainted with the different skills of self-preparation. Now, the second term, comprehensive. The second term, comprehensive, involves those schemes that cover both scholastic and co-scholastic aspects of students' development. Since learners' attitudes, aptitudes, and their tendencies towards learning can be manifested in forms other than written word, the term comprehensive refers to modern innovative techniques and tools and aims at evaluating students' development in areas of learning. The main objectives of CCE is continuous comprehensive evaluation. So the first and foremost objective is to enhance and encourage cognitive skills, lessening unnecessary pressure of learning. The second is to develop student-centric process, with entire education process must be based on students' activities. Third is to develop psychomotor and affective skills.
Sir, please unmute. Unmute कर लीजिए.
To perform a holistic evaluation of entire education process, even including each interior part. Now, there are two types of activities among students: scholastic and co-scholastic. Scholastic skills, all academics activities concerned with various subjects are included in scholastic domain. The term scholastics denotes all activities which are directly, indirectly related to mind or intellect. Curricular activities of learners come into this area. It includes assignment, projects, practical reports, etc. Sometimes these activities are associated with objectives of cognitive areas. Bloom has identified the following objectives in the cognitive area, in which we can include knowledge, comprehension, application, analysis, and synthesis. Co-scholastic skills. Co-scholastic skills may be referred as the activities or skills which are not connected or concerned with academic or educational background. Scholastic areas are incomplete without scholastic activities in which we can include various life skills, values, attitudes, and other co-curricular activities, including games, sports, learners' participation in social spheres. In co-scholastic domain, the following factors come. The first is life skills and second is attitude. Now, advantages of CCE. The first advantage is to enhance learning skill. Second is provide feasible. It helps us to provide feasibility. The third is continuity of learning. Fourth is it also helps us to recognize the certain skills or certain needs of students. It brings uniformity in syllabus and curricular activities. It also provides us holistic approach of education. It also helps us to inculcation of life skills and other skills. As a conclusion, we can say that continuous comprehensive evaluation is an analysis of students' all scholastic and co-scholastic activities. It is a school-based evaluation, which is marked by the fact that the evaluation of students is done throughout the instructional process. Although it has some drawbacks, they can be resolved or improved by using proper measures and tactics. With the help of CCE, teachers are able to diagnose the deficiencies using wide varieties of assessment. It enables the teachers to identify problems usually occurred during their teaching and students' learning and helps them to reconcile the problems with proper solution. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Hemant Singh, whether your conclusions are based on certain research, are they based on some collection of primary and secondary data?
No, sir. It's totally based on theoretical theory, sir. I haven't made any survey, sir.
Yeah, a piece of advice that
yes, sir.
If your presentation is more on data based, then it would be better.
Yes, sir. Definitely, I will now make an effort.
If possible, because the participants may not be able to concentrate unless some visual aids are there. Perhaps it would be very difficult, to concentrate. If we don't see the list of the paper presenters and the subject, it would be very difficult even to
yes, sir.
Just know what the title is all about. It's difficult to remember. So my humble suggestion to you that please present with the visual aid, number one, and secondly, request that it should be research based. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Himaji.
Thank you, sir.
The next presenter is Hemant Sharma, student of Maharishi ARVIND Institute of Science and Management. Hemant ji, please unmute kar lijiye. Unmute kar lijiye, Hemant ji. Unmute kar lijiye. Unmute, aap muted. Yes, now you can share your PPT. Are you going to present with PPT or you are going to present oral presentation?
Sir, I have PPT, but I am not able to set in that Zoom section.
No, you can click on share screen button. You can share.
Yes, sir, I will find it, but there are some technical issues which is going on with me.
Okay, you can try once again, or you can give your oral presentation also if you want to do.
Sir, I will submit my PPT also. If you have, please present from my side.
No, actually, I can't. I can't share your PPT. You have to share your PPT, or you can do your oral presentation. You can read your presentation. Okay.
Okay, sir. I will try my best to explain my topic.
Yes, sure.
First of all, very good evening to all, and thank you for giving me opportunity to express my views on the mobile marketing. First of all, I will starting with that. If we are knowing from the India, we are starting from the agriculture economy. Then we are transformed into the industrial economy, and then currently we are in the service economy and attention economy. But the attention economy is a part of the mobile marketing. I will say that. And the mobile marketing is very important fragment in our life. because it is influence the behavior, influence, and decision making. Like that, I will starting from the mobile marketing penetration. Now the reach the everyone concern of the India, and the Motorola, which is introduction of the first mobile phone introduced in the market. And then after the, I will give the brief meaning of the mobile marketing. The mobile marketing refer to the any promotional activity that's occur on the smartphone and the other handheld device such as tablet and the cell phones. And it is reached to the people through the mobile optimized ads. Secondly, I will say that, sir, in the world, there are the 5 million users of the mobile active users. And we are talking about the India. There are the 900 millions people which is using the cell phones. And there are the 500 million people which are using the internet users. And they are the large cap market. If we are talking about that, we are making the business perspective also uses it that. And we are making the employment also. In the 2013 to 16, there is a 30% increment in that, and the growth rate in the 2019 to 22, there is a 75%. According to the Google, they are the 16% of the people purchase the product search before they are seeing the visiting our stores. And there are the types of the mobile marketing. I was also said that they are the SMS marketing, social marketing, location based marketing, GPS, push notifications, QR, proximity marketing, in-app marketing, and the in-game ads. In the SMS marketing, sir, I will say that 98% people they are using and open and read the messages, but the response rate of the SMS, they are the 90 seconds, and the response rate is 45%. In the social marketing, I will say that the Facebook ads, Instagram ads, YouTube ads, and the promoted tweets are also promoted, the post and linking ads also. In the location based ads, I will say that the GPS, the marketers show the promotions and the relevant content which is according to the users location. And sometimes the location based marketing, it is also the geolocation also. Like that, I will give the example also that the McDonald's which is giving the burger, but in India they are the famous for the aloo tikki burger, but in the US you are going for the, it is famous for the beef burger, but they are not present the ads in India beef because they collapse their market, and it is not for the our cultural values also. And then our talking about the push notification. If you see that if you subscribe to anyone in the YouTube channel, they will get the notifications. It is also the part of the mobile marketing. Then I was going with the QR. The QR means is a quick response, because today's India's teenage persons, they are very impatient, and I will say that instant gratification they want. Therefore, the QR is also a part of the mobile marketing. They are using by the Phone Pay, Paytm, WhatsApp, and Bharat Pay. And then after come on the proximity marketing, that is very important because it is using the Bluetooth technology, and they are finding the potential consumer where they have, and it is using by the Ola and Uber. Then after I was going the in-app marketing, there are more apps like the WhatsApp, TikTok, Messengers, Facebook, Instagram. They are the people are making the business accounts and promote their products. Then after I was come that I will say this use one data, the mobile marketing in app can increase the food traffic anywhere the 20% to 60%. And then the in-game ads. If you see that they are the Rummy, Circle, MPL, Dream 11, they are sponsored the IPLs also. They are using when you are playing that using the mobile marketing ads. In India, the 80% people are using the smartphones, and 10% people are using the mobile phone, normal mobile phones. And the smartphone user 20% accept that they are using they check their phone for the 50 times in a day. And when you see that data, all of data, you understand that we are take the advantage of it, and we are making the employment and the business also in this field. Then after I will say that there is a opportunity. India is addiction in the mobile addiction. I will say that there is a number one country is China in the mobile addiction, and the India's get the rank the 17th from the 24th countries in that. And the more than 60% people are the purchase their product when you seeing that on the watching the advertisement, and then after go for the purchasing. More for the large and more captive segment in that. And I was using the one example also. There is a one member which has come from a Turkey. The name of the country, the Turkey, is changes by the name of Turkey, and the government they are using the campaign also to change their name, and it is going by the mobile marketing. That's it. I will choose that topic. And after the pre-COVID, I will say that many parents not giving their phone to the teenage people and kids also, but in the post COVID sessions, the parents are giving their phones in the small hands, the kids and teenage, and that we are also get the big market of the mobile marketing. And that's it. And thank you for my research is also there. Thank you, sir.
Hemant, on the basis of the data that you have presented and you have talked about the forms of various digital marketing, particularly in the case of mobile phones. Now, on that
Yes.
basis, what suggestions you would like to offer to the market mobiles? How this study will be useful for the
Sir, mobile marketing, how it is useful?
No, but on the basis of the data that you have collected and
Yes, sir.
you have done, how these mobile companies can make best use of the conclusions that you have drawn. What are your concrete and specific suggestions for better marketing?
Then I will using this data for I will making I am an MBA student and I want to become a businessman or a market segment. I was going to the mobile marketing. Then I was using that. This is a data. This is a data which is we are using to produce giving the employment to the peoples and become a market segments in the near future. Therefore, I was using this types of data and that I was not in the favor of that using the mobile phones more and more. But if there is a technology and which is we are using it for that grow in the market and the segment in the world. Sir, the voice is not coming.
Any specific suggestions you want to offer to the marketers?
Yes, sir. I will say that everyone is using the mobile marketing because it is a very huge market and easily reach out the most and more consumers.
My question to you is that yes, everybody is using mobile for marketing, but on the basis of the research paper that you have written, what suggestion, what specific suggestion you would like to offer to these marketers for better penetration of the market? Any specific suggestion you would like to offer?
Sir, if you simplify the questions also a little bit.
This is very, very explanatory question, self-explanatory question that after your this small piece of research, any specific suggestion you would like to offer to the mobile companies for their better marketing? Any particular suggestion you would like to offer?
Yes, sir. Like that, they are the AI also based on that. If you search anything on the internet, you will see that there is an ad is coming. When you see that, and the search engine optimization also work in that back in hand. I will say that AI and SOB use.
Okay, then. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I must say that being a student, Hemant, you have done a really good job. Wonderful job.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. And the next presenter is Dr. Chandrasekharan Praveen, an independent researcher. And the title is Literacy Fest during COVID-19, Campus Shutdown and Application of Design Thinking. Yes, please, sir, unmute. Yes, sir.
Can you see my screen, sir? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Good evening. Namaskar, respected chair, esteemed delegates, participants. At the outset, let me thank IRA for giving me this rare opportunity to present my study. It's a minor study. I'm a teacher educator. I was a teacher educator, and this is a study which I've done. Design thinking is, you'll be keen on knowing what design thinking is. It's a human-centered technique to solve problems in a creative and innovative way. Okay, and in almost many fields, literature, art, music, all of them have tried to use design thinking. So there are basically 5 steps. You have to empathize, define the problem, go for brainstorming, ideate, come up with a model and test it. These are the 5 basic things. Now, the background is during 2020, there was compelled online pedagogy. Colleges were closed. we all forgot that the students love campus life, but campus life ended there. So the students were trying to find out how to conduct the annual literary fest during, whether it's possible online. They tried this. So the objective was to find a way of conducting literary fest online. And for that, what did they do? They made use of the design thinking strategy. So the teacher educators and the teacher trainees in the training all got together. So I was also part of the study because I'm the participant observer. I'm a teacher educator. There were 50 trainees, 8 teacher educators. In 3 months, we made use of WhatsApp and smartphone for conducting it. Okay, we met online, used the design thinking. We empathize with the students because they have got a problem. That's very important in realizing, making them realize that we are with you. Then we defined the problem. Then we went for brainstorming. We came up with one model. So using WhatsApp for online programs. So we began with the optional subject programs. Then we refined it, and finally we had the literary fest. And I got feedback through informal interviews. So you see, this is the natural science group. They were presenting about Heart Day. The teachers, we had pre-recorded videos. We gave them suggestions, felicitations, small programs. And this, as you see, is a quiz program. And then they had a short video for Heart Day. We appreciated them. And in the evening for the competition, the results were published. This was the first prototype. And this was continuously refined. So refining after the science club, then the language club, a variety of programs, planning, rehearsing, synchronized viewing, judging and awarding prizes. So students could reconnect. In fact, it was a simulation of campus life online. It reduced online learning induced stress. That was the greatest advantage. So what are the limitations of my study? Empathizing face-to-face is one thing. In online, it is different. But internet accessibility and affordability affected the program, though we applied design thinking. So these are some select references. So thank you. If you have any questions, I would like to answer. Please read my paper.
Dr. Chandrasekhar, it was a nice paper and something different also. Did you take any particular study on a particular campuses or campus?
Sir, for design thinking, several studies were available, but then this is a real problem. I looked at the 5 steps, used the thinking model, empathized with the student. All the teachers together came up with a solution by building a prototype. What is a prototype? Conducting it on WhatsApp. Never thought about. We thought when colleges are shut, we'll have an end of campus life, but we revived it and we tested and refined it.
Please unmute कर लीजिए मेहता sir.
Of course, you have developed a model for the design thinking. Hope you will be applying this design thinking model, taking some case studies of some institution. Then perhaps we'll be able to know that how this design thinking model will be really applicable in the real life situation also.
Yes, sir, in several fields, even in business, it is applicable.
Yes.
But this is just a beginning.
Yeah, this is just a beginning. I do agree with you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Mr. Dr. Chandrasekhar Praveenji. Again, wonderful presentation. And the next presenter is Dr. Shabnam Gurum, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, Ahmednagar College, Maharashtra. She is at serial number 10. Yes, Shabnamji, please unmute. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, all of you, and a warm greetings to all the dignitaries and the organizer of this international conference. And before I begin, I would like to thank the organizer of this international conference for giving me this opportunity to present my small work in front of you all. The topic that I have chosen for this is the study of the level of impact of performance appraisal of the employees on the basis of their job, category, age, education, and experience. The objective of my research is to find out the difference in the level of impact of performance appraisal of employees on the basis of their job category, age education experience in the service sector of Maharashtra state. So for this study, I have collected the data from 543 respondents who are working in service sector of Maharashtra state. I have selected the sample with the help of random sampling, or if I modify it, it is strata random sampling, where I have made some strata, some groups, and then I have collected the data from 543 respondents. So at the last, I'll come to the conclusion. I come to the finding of my study is there is no significant difference exists between managerial, clerical, and operational level employees in different sectors regarding the level of impact on performance appraisal. The impact of performance appraisal on managerial, operational, and clerical employees is almost the same. So there is no significant difference between employees having postgraduate degree and undergraduate regarding the level of satisfaction of performance appraisal system. There is a significant difference exists between employees having below 1 year of experience and other employees categories regarding the impact of performance appraisal. At the last, I would like it's my personal opinion. I have not mentioned in my research work. The impact of performance appraisal is like it is more affected by the monetary benefit that the employees are getting from the organization. I have not mentioned this thing because I have not considered salary as a factor of performance appraisal. Thank you so much. I have done with my presentation.
Madam, what was your hypothesis of the study? What was the hypothesis of your study?
So the hypothesis was there is significant difference exists between the managerial and clerical operational level employees in different sector. Yeah. There is significant difference between employees having postgraduate degree and undergraduate degree. There is significant difference between employees having below 1 year experience and other experience categories regarding the impact of performance appraisal. So I have worked on the 3 to 4 hypotheses, sir.
And after testing of the hypothesis, you accepted this assumption?
Yes, sir.
You accepted it? Okay, okay.
Yes.
And madam, where you have carried the study? What was the and scope
yes,
of
sir?
the study? What was the universal study?
So the scope of study is limited to Ahmednagar, Maharashtra state. So I basically belong to Ahmednagar. So I have collected the data from Ahmednagar district, sir.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. The next presenter is at serial number 12, Dr. Mamta Bhushan, Associate Professor, Kamla Nehru College, University of Delhi. Please, ma'am, unmute. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Please. Good evening.
Okay. How is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Yeah, Dr. Modi.
Yes, it's visible, ma'am.
Okay, yeah. Good morning, good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Mamta Bhushan, Associate Professor, Kamla Nehru College, University of Delhi. Today, I'm going to present a topic. My topic for presentation is a study of service quality of life insurance industry in Delhi NCR. As we all know, the customer is the king of the market. According to the Mahatma Gandhi, a customer is the most important visitor on our premises. He is not depend on us, we are depend on him. He is not an interruption in our work, he is the purpose of it. We are not doing him a favor by serving him, he is doing us a favor by giving us opportunity to serve him. So in today's globalized and competitive world, customers are more concerned about the quality of the services provided by the service provider, and they are demanding not only the high product, but also they are demanding the higher quality services. As we know, there is an intense competition in the life insurance marketing after due to the globalization and the privatization policy of the government, and they open the insurance sector for the private sectors. There is an intense competition in the life insurance marketing in India. All the companies, they are struggling for enhancing the market shares. So the customer are crucial for the life insurance business, and company must keep satisfying their customers to improve the profitability and market shares to survive in the competition. So the company require finding what their customer need, what they want, what they value. So in today's competitive environment, service quality is essential for any organization, as it leads to the customer satisfactions and also enhance the organization performance and profitability in the long run. So service quality has an important means of differentiation. So service quality is basically the difference between the expected service and the perceived service. So it is the customer's overall judgment about the excellence of the services provided in relation to the quality that was expected. So with this, the objective of my paper is to measure the service quality of the life insurance industry using the cervical model to analysis whether service quality provided by the industry is meeting customers' expectations or not. Specially stated, the objective are: number one, to examine the services provided by the life insurance companies, to assess customers' expectation and perception of the quality of services provided by the life insurance company, to measure the service quality gap in life insurance company, and to identify the relevant service quality dimensions for the life insurance industry. To achieve now the hypothesis of my study, that there is no significant difference between the customer's expectation and the perception of the service quality in the life insurance. To test this, now the research methodology. Now, the present research work is an empirical one based on both primary as well as the secondary data. The primary data, the service quality of the life insurance company has been measured on the basis of the 6 dimensions: tangibility, liability, responsiveness, assurance, empathy, and the insurance information technology. The primary data have been collected through a pre-structured questionnaire, which is based on the cervical instrument. The scale used in the study is the 5-point Likert scale, from strongly disagree to the strongly agree. Secondary data were collected from the various books, journals, articles, magazine, and the internet. The population for my study was the customer of the life insurance industries in India, and the sample unit. So my study is basically the scope of my study is limited to the Delhi NCR. So the customer of the life insurance company, the sample unit, and the sample size is the 44 policy holders, basically. And the sampling unit, the data were collected through the convenience sampling method. After collecting the data will be processed through the SPSS. So data analysis was done through the SPSS. And to check the reliability analysis, the Cronbach alpha was used to check the content validity of my questionnaire or the multi-item scale. The pilot study was conducted for 50 respondents, and to test the hypothesis, the statistical tool used is the pair t-test. So this is the data analysis. So the reliability analysis is one of the important concern of the study. So if it is clear from the table that all the alpha values are more than 0.7, that means the scale is reliable, and we can use this for the data analysis, for the further gap analysis. For the this is the demographic profile of my respondent, 442 respondent from the life insurance company. So maximum, as per the gender, the maximum are the majority of the participants are the male. According to the age, they are from the age group of 25 to the 55. The majority of the respondent from the age of the 25 to the 55. This is, and the majority of the respondent are married. They are from the table. It is clear that they are highly qualified. They understand the terms and they know the documentations of the policies. So they know about the their insurance company. So this is according to the respondents, according to the occupations. So according to the occupation, mostly the majority of the participants from the service sector. And according to the, we also classify, distribute the respondent as per the family income. And these are now further to analyze is the research gap. Right, so we are using the cervical instrument, which is based on the 5-point Likert scales. I'll ask the respondent to give their agreement on the perception and the expectations regarding the service quality of the life insurance company. So there are 6 dimensions were selected: tangibility, reliability, assurance, empathy, information technology. On the basis of that, we calculate the mean value for the perception as well as for the expectation, and the difference of these to find out the average gap. So if we see the expectation level of the respondent were high as compared to the perception, so the so there is a service quality gap. We see that there is a service quality gap in all the dimension. The higher gap in case of a reliability dimension, followed by the responsibility dimension, then assurance, empathy, and the tangibility. And the overall service quality gap was present in the life insurance services. That means the insurance company is not able to fulfill the expectations or the need of the respondent. So now to test the hypothesis, the pair t-test was used. Pair sample t-test was used. Pair t-test has been used in order to test the significant means difference between customers' expectation and perception of the service quality dimension of the life insurance industry. Except the technology, there is a significant difference between the expectation and the significant difference between the expectation and the perceptions of the customers towards the service quality. So that means the hypothesis was rejected, that there is a significant difference. Now, the major finding of the study is life insurance company are providing more or less the same services. Further, second is the result indicate that there is a negative service quality gap in respect of all the 6 service quality dimension under the study, which indicate that the actual services was less than the expected services in all the dimension of the services. So customers' expectations are more than the actual services perceived. The highest gap score for the reliability, followed by the responsiveness, assurance, empathy, tangibility, and information technology. The gap for the overall service quality and for all the 6 dimensions was statistically significant at 5% significant level. It can be inferred from the analysis that overall service quality of life insurance is not up to the customer's expectations, and there is a room for quality improvement in the life insurance services. Now, the implication of my study, the managerial implication of the study, the finding of the study reinforce the need for the managers of the life insurance industry to focus on the underlying dimension of service quality and should make a sincere efforts to enhance overall customer satisfaction through the quality improvement in the insurance services. Gap analysis provide the directions to manager of life insurance company.
Please conclude now.
Okay, sir. These are some of the recommendations, sir. So life insurance company should continuously identify the customer's expectation and perception, understand their needs and requirement, and provide qualitative services. Life insurance company should be reliable because there is a higher gap in the reliability, so try to be reliable. And this would affect the satisfaction and the dissatisfaction among the customer. Employee and agent should be trustworthy and transparent. Now, the conclusion of my study, we conclude that in today's liberalized environment, insurance company operate in a marketplace that is extremely competitive. State-owned life insurance company of India is facing challenge from private life insurance companies operating in context, and also there is a tough competition amongst the private life insurance company. It is not easy for any player to survive in the market for long term without fulfilling the expectations or the need of the customer. Service quality should be used as a strategic tool to get competitive advantage over the competition, a competitor that will influence customer satisfaction, which subsequently leads to customer loyalty. From the study, it is evident that the gap exists between customers' perceived and expected service quality standard of the life insurance company. So there is a need of quality improvement to bridge the gap between customers' expectation and perception of service quality of life insurance sector. So it is suggested that the life insurance company need to focus on those dimension of service quality has highest gap and direct resources towards those dimension which has a highest impact on the customer satisfaction, so that customer can be made satisfied. If company focus on the efficient and effective delivery of service to the policyholder, it would enhance its corporate goal of increasing insurance coverage
Thank you,
more.
ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
I have few questions to ask to you.
Yes, sir.
You have not mentioned that which insurance companies you have taken. Is it the life insurance like LIC of India?
Sir,
Is it the private sector company?
yes, sir. So they are basically due to the time and money constraint, only the two insurance companies were studied. One is the Life Insurance Corporation of India, and another is the ICICI Prudential Life Insurance.
Mhm. Somewhere you should have mentioned this part also, that you have taken these two companies. Why you have chosen the Prudential Life Insurance? Because there is no match between the LIC and the other private sector companies in terms of their volume of business or the size.
Actually, sir, I want to do the comparative study between the public and the private insurance company. So life insurance is the only public sector company, and while the ICICI insurance, it is the largest and the oldest private insurance company.
Fine. My second question to you is that you have mentioned in your objectives that to identify the various dimensions of the service quality. So how you found these dimensions of the service quality?
Sir, here we are applying the factor analysis, but because in this presentation only 5 minutes presentation, so I just explain this. So I find out through the factor analysis.
Somewhere you could have mentioned about these dimensions also on that basis the study is based, because that's missing, because on the basis of your study you try to find the dimensions of various parameters of the service quality.
Okay, sir, I will be write in my paper. When I will be submitting my paper, I will definitely incorporate these changes.
Include this part also. And third important thing is that you have taken for the sampling the convenience sampling method. If you are taking the convenience method of sampling, then perhaps your data may be a bit biased also in terms of that demographic profile of the participants. Perhaps you will be choosing those respondents who belong to a particular profession or the particular age group. It would have been better if you could have taken the stratified sampling or the random sampling for your study.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir, I will be keep in mind next time.
Next time, please.
Thank you, sir, for your suggestion. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Mamta.
Thank you.
The next presenter is Bhupendra Kumar Mahendra, research scholar from JJTU, Junjunu. Please unmute. Bhupendra ji, please unmute kar lijiye. Bhupendra ji, are you there? Please unmute. Okay, the next presenter is Khushi Sharma, research scholar from Gautam Buddha University, Greater Noida. Please unmute, Khushi ji. You can start your video also. Yes.
My name is Khushi Sharma.
Yes.
Just a minute, I'm just presenting. Is it visible? My presentation, is
Yes,
it
yes.
visible?
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. The topic of my research paper is a study of factors affecting trainee reactions and satisfaction, an empirical study. First of all, I would like to tell you what is actually the meaning of trainee reaction in my study. The reaction of the participants has always been considered as the most important and relevant criteria to assess the training effectiveness. There is a positive relationship between the trainee reaction and effectiveness of the training, which has already been validated by the previous research as well. So I am also talking about the relationship between trainee reaction and training effectiveness. And I have studied about the factors which are responsible for trainee reaction. So basically, I have studied the 4 factors. In this research, trainee reaction is measured with the help of the 4 factors: instructor satisfaction, satisfaction with testing, satisfaction with utility, and material and course structure satisfaction. Basically, my research is based on the IT sector only, and I have collected data from NCR region. And these are the 4 factors which I have considered. The first factor, that is instructor and trainee reaction. The instructor or the facilitator is one of the most important component of an effective training program. Learning action begins with the instructor, or we can say the person who is giving the training. The instructional staff is important because that is the person who is giving the training. So how the person is giving training, what are the qualifications of the trainer, if the trainer is able to engage the trainees or not, if the trainees are satisfied with the instructor or not, these things are very important while conducting a training. The second thing, that is test of learning. When a trainee goes for a training, so after the completion of the training, it is important to identify if the trainee has learned something new or not. For that, the trainers need to take a test of the trainees, and on the basis of that test also, we can identify if the training was effective or not. The utility of training, that is equally important. If the trainee is found to be satisfied with the training program, the utility of the training program, like if the trainee feels that he or she will get the work advancement after doing this training, he will be able to implement, he will be able to learn something new after this training, and he will get the opportunities to do some new tasks in the organization, the trainee will be satisfied. The trainee will give the positive reaction. So utility of training is also important. The fourth thing, material and course structure satisfaction. The materials which are used during the training, that is important. The course material which the trainer is providing to the trainees, and it is important. The duration of the training is also important, that if the training was of the short duration or long duration, that will also impact the effectiveness, or we can say the satisfaction level of the employee. Here I am talking about only the satisfaction level of the employee. The effectiveness cannot be measured on the basis of reaction only, but in this research I have focused on only reaction, but there are some other factors also which are responsible for trainee reactions. So all these things were based on the literature review of my research. The objective of my research was to study the factors responsible for positive trainee satisfaction and reaction. So for doing this, data was collected. Data can be collected with the help of primary methods and secondary methods also. So first of all, for this research, I did the literature review. A part of that literature review I have already shown to you all. After that, I collected data from NCR region only, as I already told you. Then I collected data from 410 people working in different companies in NCR, like Wipro, HCL, NEET, Cognizant, and Abizon, HCL. And the trainings which I considered were Agile and Six Sigma. These are some trainings which I considered for my research work. The data, I used the already developed the questionnaire, which is developed by Morgan and Casper, which is called as Morgan and Casper's trainee reaction questionnaire. And after The sampling unit was employee with minimum 2 years of experience in IT sector. Sample size was the people who had just done the training. I collected data from those people, and it was collected from 410 people. Sampling area was Delhi NCR, and industry was information technology. So reliability and validity of the data was checked. Reliability, it talks about the consistency, and validity, it talks about the accuracy of a measure. So internal consistency was checked with the help of Cronbach alpha, which came out to be above 0.7 for all the 4 factors. So, which is so we can say that the data is reliable. The reliability was checked with the help of this thing. And then the CFA model was developed using confirmatory factor analysis. A dimensional model, that is the measurement model, was developed to verify the reliability as well as the validity of the research. This is the model which I developed. As we can see here, this is the measurement model, or we can say the CFA model. This was developed with the help of AMOS 24. And it explains the relationship between observed variables and unobserved variables. So the 4 constructs are plotted, as we can see here: instructor satisfaction, IS, then TS, satisfaction for testing, US, that is utility satisfaction, and MCSS, that is material and course structure satisfaction. So these are the 4 factors which are responsible for trainee reaction, as we can see with the help of this model. The findings are that trainee is satisfied. If the trainee is satisfied with the instructor, overall training satisfaction will be high. The previous researchers also support the relationship between trainee reaction and training effectiveness. It can be said that instructor's presentation and explanation plays a major role in training effectiveness. If trainees are satisfied with the instructor, then definitely the training is going to be successful. Reactions are going to be positive. So a trainer's ability to keep the class interesting is important for the overall success of training. Fairness of course exam is an important parameter for the test of training. So the trainers, the organizations needs to conduct the test after the training. If organizations are fair with the tests which are conducted after the... Sorry. Okay, sir, I'm about to conclude. Then the third finding, that is, if the people are satisfied with the content and the training, then they will give the positive responses. And it can be said that ergonomics also play an important role in training effectiveness and in trainee reactions. Ergonomics is basically the classroom, furniture, the learning environment. These things also play an important role in training effectiveness. So these are the findings and conclusions of my study. Thank you.
Khushi, few questions to you regarding this research.
Yes, sir.
Show us, if possible, show us the title of your paper again.
Okay.
Share your presentation and show us the title of your paper.
Is it visible, sir?
Yeah, digital. Please show your presentation title again, if possible. Otherwise,
is it visible, sir? No.
No,
Just a minute.
No. Actually, you have to share your screen.
Yeah, I will share it again.
Yeah, please share it.
Yes, sir.
Yes, now it's coming here. Mehta sir, please unmute.
perhaps while studying that training effectiveness, you must have read that Kirkpatrick model of
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The reaction stage.
Yes, sir.
Then the
reaction, learning, behavior, and results.
Results.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So, do you think that training satisfaction and the training effectiveness can be measured only on the basis of the reaction of the trainee?
Sir, actually, we cannot measure training effectiveness on the basis of trainee reactions only. But trainee reaction is the most important part of training effectiveness. And actually, this is the part of my PhD thesis. And I have studied the other factors also. And in this conference, in this research paper, I have taken the reaction part only.
You know, Khushi, that every stage of that evaluation of training is important.
Yes, sir.
Of course, in that reaction is the first stage.
Yes, yes.
If the reactions are positive, it doesn't mean that the entire training program is effective. You know it very well that the reactions can be positive on certain parameters, but
yes, sir.
Training is effective or not, it is still cannot be measured merely by the reaction stage, number one.
Yes, sir.
So in fact, in the later part of research paper, you have talked about the other parameters of efficacy of the training program. So this is my first observation that while assessing the effectiveness and the satisfaction of any training program, other parameters of evaluation must be considered.
Yes, sir.
Secondly, in your this paper, you have not mentioned that which organization you have taken for your study.
Sir, I told you while speaking, I have not mentioned that in the presentation, but I took data from IBM, from Wipro, from NIIT, and from Cognizant, from Ibizon, and I collected data from NCR region.
The reason is that, again, the training effectiveness may vary and the satisfaction again may vary from organization to organization.
Yes, sir.
Taking several organizations for this purpose, for trainee reaction satisfaction, you could have taken for paper presentation, particularly you could have taken one or two organizations, it would have served the purpose. This is my second observation, because again, you know that it varies from organization to organization. Anyway, it was a good attempt. Thank you.
Sir, can I say something?
Yeah, sure.
Sir, actually, this is a part of my research, my PhD work. So it's a small portion, and I have studied the other parts of training evaluation also, like transfer of training, and I have studied about the results also. So here I have presented one part of my thesis. So I am focusing here on trainee reactions only. That's why.
While assessing the effectiveness, you will have to consider the training content part also, as well as
yes, sir.
The content part, as well as the method of training also, that how well the training has been given. It is not
yes,
the function of the trainer that is important.
Yes, yes.
The trainer has used.
Yes, sir.
Ultimate outcome of that training, that is also important. Hope all these aspects will take into consideration while.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your suggestions, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Next presentation, please.
Thank you so much. Next presenter, Shri Subramanya Chattopadhyay from West Bengal. Please unmute kar lijiye, sir. Yes, please start.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, audible and screen is visible. You can start.
Good evening, sir. My paper is digital marketing and women's earning opportunities in the rural non-sector. Myself, Subramanya Chattopadhyay, and association with Dr. Rupam Mukherjee, Kobi Sukanto Mahavidyalaya. The purpose of this study is to look at how different demographic and socio-economic aspects impact women's knowledge of digital marketing in the rural non-farm sector, as well as how digital marketing helps them earn more income. Additionally, the study will also try to address the difficulties they faced when selling online. The issue gained increased the importance during the corona pandemic, when selling items become difficult due to disruptions in the transportation, logistics, and the closure of the village fairs and markets. That is the main issue. So my objective is the study aims to investigate the nature and cause of women's participation and decision making in the rural non-farm sector, that where he sells or something like that, where he purchase inputs or all things. Explore how various socioeconomic and demographic characteristics influence their participation in non-farm earning activities. bring out the challenge they have encountered while engaging in these activities, provide necessary inputs to help policymakers plan for financial and infrastructure assistance to create a conducive environment for something digital marketing for the women in the rural non-farm sector to improve their earnings and employment opportunities. So there is a research gap. The research can fill the knowledge gap as various studies are conducted yet on how corona pandemic paved the way for the rural women to participate in the rural non-farm sector that has the potential to promote gender equity, women employment, and obviously the digital marketing. And my study is in West Bengal. There is a small village in Hubli district. So there we collect 375 data from the non-farm sectors, and we use the econometrics regression equation model. So there is a interdependent, there is a dependent variable and interdependent variable. Dependent, some of the dependent variables which we takes for the questionnaire: the household size, role of decision making, incomes of spouse, debt to asset ratio, that is more important, type of work in which the worker participates, family supports, education level of the worker, age of the worker, whether the worker has any training to perform the jobs, and how and where they sell their products, that they take some digital support, yes or not. And for this in there, so those are the dependent factor and independent factor. And dependent factor is obviously income, how the income is affected through the digital marketing, that is we need to find. And this is still we in this research, but not it finalize the method. But after getting the data, when we study from the visiting the near to the for the survey, so some we find some expected result, but this is not, I can say that that result will be come out after the processing the data. But we expected some result, that is the greater the household size, more will be the dependency burden, and that will push the worker to earn more. And obviously for them they get or some digital support, yes or not. Lower income of the spouse will force the worker to earn more income to supplement family expenditure. More debt to asset ratio will push workers to earn more. The earning of the worker will vary according to the type of work in which she participates. We try to find that the types of work is they sell from digital marketing or not, like that. Greater family support will help the worker to maintain good work-life balance, and that will help the worker devote more time in work and earn more, because you know that for the digital marketing there is a need of lots of times, and family support is more essential, because old age people, women are not digitally sound, but if the children are in educated or under school and they use the mobile phones or try to some digital marketing like in Facebook or WhatsApp, like that. So we need to find higher education level helps the worker to find the better job options and earn more. More age of the workers may help hard in terms of experience, but may reduce work efficiency for those jobs which needs physical labor. So effect of age on workers earning is ambiguous. And if the worker has job training, then her efficiency will be more and she can earn more. And especially the policy relevance for this our paper, the digital marketing training program for women workers to promote their skill sets, sufficient investment of the government to promote small scale and cottage industry in rural sector for online business, such that job potential can be created. Next is organization of online trade fairs in the rural sectors. We know that at the pandemic situation, total offline trade fairs is closed. So if online trade fairs in the rural sector to promote the sale of produce goods in small scale and cottage industries, and organization frequent online workshop for rural entrepreneurs development programs, and easy access to formal credit and input subsidies as they can enter in the digital marketing or digital platform. And that's it, sir. Thank you.
Please show us your objectives once again, the objectives part.
Yeah.
Yeah. How these first three objectives are connected with the title of your research paper?
That is, first is my title is digital marketing and women's earning opportunities in the rural non-sector farm. That is the issue is digital marketing and women's earning opportunity in the non-farm. So, if we investigate the nature and cause of the women participation in why they participate, there is any educated background or there is a lack of agriculture resources, they not go to the agriculture field while she belongs in the rural sector, but turn in rural non-farm sector, and so she can get any opportunity for digitally market her product and take any decision that she can sell in or promote her product in the digitally because now the government brings different types of digital systems, like here is the internet Sati is the most important recent. So they can touch in internet Sati, yes or not. This is I try to find the objective, and next is explore how various socio-economic and demographic characteristics, because you know that digital marketing is need to find some area is still backward from the internet connections or digitally sounds like that, because some village still get good connection or good knowledge for the digitally sound. We need to find that how they influence the participation through this the digital mechanism. There are something smartphones like that. How many types of connections, which types of connections they use like that, and bring out the challenge they have encountered while engaging in these activities. Because you know that if she sell in any product in offline, there is a third party seller. They totally take.
Okay, fine, sir. Hold. Okay, fine. Got your point now.
Okay.
Second question too is that since we are not much aware about the rural women in West Bengal, I just want to know that what is the literacy, digital literacy level in terms of percentage of rural women in West Bengal, approximately.
In my opinion, that is 30-70. 30 is not. 30 is good and 70 is not in digitally in sound in the rural sector.
I'm asking since in rural, particularly in rural area, and particularly in the case of women, they may not be much familiar about this digital technology.
Yes.
Whether the women will be able to get employment through the digital marketing, there still we have some doubts about that.
No, actually, this is the current world. All are in now need to smart product. Like no one is now not to purchase rice, but not to purchase the ornaments from the cottage industries, from the rural. So this is the main things I saw, because we are not. If we enjoy or consume 80% industrial product per day and 20% on agricultural product. I hope this is the main cultural change.
And do you think that the digital infrastructure is quite strong in the rural area in West Bengal?
No, absolutely not. Not strong in the rural.
So still there are a lot of problems and challenges.
Yes. Socio-economic and political.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next presenter is Mridul Sharma, Assistant Professor from Bareilly. Mridulji, please unmute.
Actually, sir, good evening to all dignitaries. Myself is Mridul Sharma. I'm working as Assistant Professor in Future Group of Institutions from Bareilly. I am presenting a review paper. This is a review on employability analysis of technical and professional courses in universities of UP, Uttar Pradesh. The abstract of my review paper is: India has spent a lot of money since independence in order to make the economy self-sufficient and overcome the constraints presented by the country's constantly rising population. A large portion of this money is spent on workforce training and development, which includes offering high-quality technical education. The government has created a number of Indian Institutes of Technology, National Institutes of Technology, and Indian Institutes of Information and Technology as part of this initiative, in addition to a number of reputable central institutions that the country already had. It has also resulted in the private sector founding a number of reputable technical institutes under the auspices of several state-level technical universities. As a result of all of this, the number of technical graduates has risen dramatically over the years. This paper aims to assess these technical graduates on the basis of employability, that is, whether they are market ready, whether they require additional training to be able to work on professional assignments independently, or whether there is a gap in their knowledge. So regarding the introduction of this, in the previous years, Indian education meant value education, which with literacy as the primary goal. People were taught to read, write, converse, and produce basic papers as a result of their education. Gurukul education was founded on the ashram system, in which a guru taught his followers many aspects of life. The primary courses taught in Gurukul were Vedic mathematics, grammar, poetry, medical science, astrology, and healthcare. After completing their education, some students used to go out and earn their bread and butter by using what they had learned. Otherwise, education was not intended to lead to work. People relied on agriculture, small businesses, or a decent employment to make a living. Then education and work. Then how education is related with work. Today's competitive business climate necessitates the creation of a high quality workforce. Human resource development has been an increasingly important part of the idea of development over the past few decades. This is the major reason for the dramatic transition in the welfare approach of education to the right-based approach, which establishes the foundation for the right to a dignified existence. There is enough evidence in the literature to emphasize the importance of investing in education for the development of human capital, as well as its contribution to economic development and growth. The presence of highly educated and highly qualified human capital facilitates a country's growth by giving it a competitive advantage in the global market. Now, higher education and labor market connect. Higher education has long been associated with a link between education and employment. In 1963, in the Robbins report, an influential report on higher education, the authors stated, "We begin with instruction in skills suitable for playing a part in general division of labor," and concluded, "Few would enter higher education without an eye to subsequent employment." Since time immemorial, therefore, this connection has experienced a major shift. The discourses and discussions on this connection have changed as the global economy has evolved. Then a few other works regarding employability. Higher education, then conceptualization, graduate employability. The concept employment and employability are often used interchangeably by lay people. However, they are not synonymous. Diverse authors, nations, industry organizations, and government entities have used several definitions to explain the idea of employability, and various models to grasp this multifaceted nature have been offered. Now, employability and sustainable employability. Employability is an intermediary product that leads to employment. Employability is a wide phrase that refers to a person's readiness for the workplace. It has been described as a combination of achievements, skills, understandings, and personal attributes that make graduates more likely to acquire employment and be successful be successful in their chosen jobs, benefiting themselves, the workforce, and community, and the economy by various persons. As early as 1990, the World Bank identified them as critical for both personal and national growth. Furthermore, according to the bank's definition of learning objectives, these include soft skills like collaboration, critical thinking, and problem solving, along with particular technical or vocational skills that are relevant to an employment. UNESCO also emphasized that education needs to be more skill-oriented, pointing out that whether or not enlarged educational opportunities will translate into consequently greater for a person for society, depends finally as to whether people actually learn as a consequence of those possibilities. That is, as to if they integrate useful knowledge, reasoning ability, skills, and values. As a result, education is influenced by a wide range of characteristics, which may be categorized into three major categories: knowledge, skills, and attitude.
Please,
then comes the...
Please conclude.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm concluding, sir. Increasing the employability and work preparation for graduates is unquestionably crucial for both the higher education sector and the business sector, and neither should shirk from their respective obligations in this regard. Not only has the number of students enrolled in higher education increased at an unprecedented rate in recent years, but so has the number of people looking for work in higher education. The majority of educational institutes in the country have fallen behind the times in terms of core subjects, knowledge, and technological advancements. All of these factors contribute to the growing dissatisfaction of employers with the quality of graduates coming out of higher education institutions. More crucially, these challenges are more severely felt in the general education subsector, which accounts for a significant proportion of India's higher education enrollments and educational job seekers. As a result, this has major consequences for the country's present and future prosperity, as the expanding number of unemployed educated young people being produced by such a system would prove to be a burden rather than a resource. So the prevailing tendencies in the country's unemployment and employment patterns among higher education graduates underscore the aforementioned concerns. Even as the country grapples with the problem of jobless growth, two critical imbalances in the foreground must be addressed. On the supply side, many industries that are experiencing rapid development may not be in high demand by educated young, since the options available to them are very limited. As a result of which, talented youth may be unwilling to seek work in a large section of the industry sector. Employers are reluctant to take on a large number of new graduates since the vast majority of them lack the necessary skills and credentials. So all these factors employers are relatively satisfied with the quality of fresh graduates in terms of knowledge and technical know-how, but they are more worried about the functional and human qualities. In the general and transferable skill category, the perceived disparity between the significance assigned to the types of talents valued more by employers is greater than in academic or technical skill category. This suggests that employees as students are unsure of the relative relevance of skill sets assigned by the employer community, and hence may wind up learning less vital abilities that will prevent them from obtaining suitable employment. Equally interesting is the fact that soft skills which are general in nature and cross-cutting across sectors and vocations have larger skill gaps across employees. In fact, three abilities ranked as most significant by employers: conceptualization skills, personal skills, and communication skills, which include competence of the English language, which is viewed as a global work language, have the largest degree of skill gaps. Needless to say, an individual's early childhood grooming instills these talents, which are then enhanced by lifelong experiences and learning. As a result, the higher education sector must take on the extra responsibility of building long-term employability skills.
Okay, sir.
Which
Thank you so
Yes,
much.
sir.
Thank you, sir. We got that.
Sir, 1 minute to summarize. In Uttar Pradesh, I am summarizing. To summarize, Uttar Pradesh has tremendous potential to change or to a growth path marked by remunerative jobs for its growing labor population, but in agriculture and non-agriculture sectors. This will include addressing gender and socio-economic inequalities.
Name it as a red now. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Of course, we understand it. It was a review paper, and perhaps we strongly recommend that next time, please do some empirical study on the.
So next time I will surely present the empirical study.
Colleges of Uttar Pradesh, particularly, what are the employment opportunities after undergoing the courses of these colleges? That would have been the further good study. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. Sure. I will definitely present empirical study next time.
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot for.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Madhurji. Thank you. Thank you. The next presenter is Sunny Jaiswal. Sunny Jaiswal ji, Assistant Manager, Coal India Limited, Delhi School of Economics, Delhi University. Please unmute kar lijiye, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening to all delegates and participants. Welcome. My topic is effect of role of social media influencers on consumer decision-making process during COVID-19 pandemic within fashion industry. You all know that social media is very impactful and powerful.
Can you share presentation, sir?
Sir, presentation is not there. I will be presenting verbally.
Very difficult for the listeners to concentrate. So I request you to just focus on your conclusions and your findings.
Yeah, I will be I will be summarizing, sir, very soon on the main topic only. So social media has been very powerful tool in the recent years, and social media earlier is used to be thought to be only a photos and thought dumping platform, but now it has been a marketing tool, or you can say a space for marketing itself, where the companies are thinking to do the marketing or advertising, and lot of marketing tools are now created in the social media, and one of the tools are influencer marketing. Influencer marketing is the one where some influencing people who are having the impactful thoughts or important contents, and who can convince the people or can mold the thoughts of the people, or you can say who can change the decisions or change the decision of purchasing processes of the people. Those people are opinion leaders, basically, if you can say the old marketing thoughts. So those people are called influencers, and those marketing which is done through influencers is called influencer marketing. So influencer marketing basically involves marketing products and services on social platforms through influential people on the platform, popularly known as influencers. Influencers can be micro, macro, and mega depending on the number of their followers and average engagement on their pages. Since social media is widely popular among individuals of all ages, especially youngsters, a lot of these users grew on the become influencers mainly because of their content and what they post. You all have definitely seen on one web series called Emily in Paris. So Emily in Paris is a web series on the Netflix, which has been very popular, in which Emily was a social media influencer, which comes from Washington to Paris for a marketing job. So she do a lot of post on Facebook, Twitter, and she do the marketing through the social media posts and all, and create advertise for the perfume company. And she has a lot of followers on the social media platforms. So such kind of people who can influence the market, or who can influence the people and mold the market in the favor of some product, are called influencers. So this is the new thing in the market, or new marketing thing which is now prevalent. Now in the pandemic, as the pandemic hit the world like a wrecking ball, a lot of people took to social media to express themselves through various content on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and more. As they gain traction and popularity among users who now flock to the online spaces even more than usual.
Please conclude now.
Sir, I have in this research, I have given some questions to the people, in which I have asked that does influencer marketing content appeal to the users and make them want to check out brand or buy the product? And another question was, have consumers ever purchased a product or want to buy purchase product that was promoted by an influencer? And another question was, do consumers think influencer marketing is more effective than traditional marketing and has been more impactful, especially during pandemic? And what was the conclusion that internet trends have shown that during the pandemic, a lot of creators rose to garner fame and became influencers, and further became influencers who promote brands. So conclusion is that because people have spent more time on the social media during the pandemic, so and further because people can connect to the influencer, because earlier the influencers are the people who are like similar to the persons, and people can connect more to the influencers. It is not like some celebrity or something. Influencers are more similar to the persons or more, so people connect more to the influencers rather than some bigger celebrity. So due to this connection thing, people started liking influencers more rather than the celebrity endorsement or something more features. So during the pandemic, because people started using social media more, so these influencers started more purchase decision making process, influencing more purchase, affecting the decision making process. So that is the conclusion, sir.
Thank
you.
I think it's an interesting conclusion that it is not always the celebrity.
But yes, sir, but there is one small constraint also. It is not. There is constraint also that there should be reliability and credibility of the influencer also.
Yes,
it is not
credibility of the influencer, and those who are perhaps quite common to the buyers, they
yes, sir.
influence the buying decision.
Yes, sir.
Quite interesting. Perhaps if you would have come with your PowerPoint presentation, perhaps it would have been perhaps more effective. It was an interesting study that you have carried. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Next presenter is Mr. Praveen Kumar Mishra ji. Please unmute, sir. Please start.
Sir, 1 minute, I want to share my PPT.
Okay, no problem.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, please start. Your screen is visible. You can start.
Yes, sir. Good evening to all of you. I am Praveen Mishra, research scholar from Department of HRD. Today I am presenting my research paper in which I want to reveal the relationship between organizational justice and commitment with mediation of job satisfaction. Before starting a detailed discussion about my topic, I want to clarify few variables, then the theoretical framework and the hypothesis formation, research tools and technique, then results. As we have to know, the first variable of my study is organizational justice, which refers to the fairness of equitable behavior within the organizational context. It is of two types, that is procedural and distributive justice. First one is concerned with the procedure to the distribution of outcome, and the second one is concerned with the distribution of outcomes. The second component of our study is a organizational commitment, which refers to the psychological attachment of individual to the organization. It is of three types: affective, normative, and continuous. Effective commitment refers the emotional attachment of employee to the organization, whereas the normative commitment refers the normal based on some normal obligations, and continuous commitment refers the pros and cons of leaving the organization. The third component of our research study is job satisfaction, which refers to the pleasurable positive emotional state resulting from a pressure of one's job. Then I want to show the hypothesis of my study. The first hypothesis, I want to reveal the relationship between distributive justice component of organizational justice and procedural justice component of organizational justice with job satisfaction. And in the second hypothesis, I want to reveal the relationship between organizational justice and commitment. In the third slide, I want to show the mediating influence of job satisfaction between organizational justice and commitment. In this PPT, I want to show the hypothesized model taken for my study. And this PPT shows the research tools and techniques adapted for the research study. I have taken 4 section questionnaires for our study and taken the sample from 305 employees of the cement industries having their working operations in states of Madhya Pradesh and Uttar Pradesh of Central Indian continent. First part consists of the demographic variables. Second part consists of the variables related with organizational justice, commitment, and job satisfaction. This PPT, this slide show the demographic variables results. And after that, I want to show the correlation results. These are the correlation. All the correlations are significant, and the alpha reliability values are also up to the point. This is the regression analysis result. First, I want to regress the justice with job satisfaction. The result is significant. Then the regress procedural justice and distributive justice with organizational commitment. These results are also significant. Then we interfere the job satisfaction as a mediating variable. We find that these results are significant. In terms of the procedural justice, the relationship which is significant becomes insignificant after the entrance of job satisfaction. And in case of distributive justice, it slightly decreases. So at last, the conclusion is that hypothesis H1, in which I considered as distributive and procedural justice affected job satisfaction, has been supported by me. And in the second hypothesis, I have to hypothesize that procedural and distributive justice has significant influence on organizational commitment is also supported. And in the third, I want to reveal the mediation of job satisfaction, which is also significant. So all the hypotheses are proved. These results are used as a managerial technique to improve the commitment of employees in cement organizational sector. Thank you to all of you.
You have mentioned that the organizational justice will have the positive impact on the organizational commitment. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
A similar title that it is the organizational justice that will lead to organizational commitment. So who denies? In fact, when you frame some hypothesis, perhaps researcher is not sure whether the hypothesis is true or not, but it is a very general fact and it is a truth that unless justice is there cannot be any commitment. So what was the rationale of your study? Because it is a universal fact.
Sir, because there are...
Whenever you will be doing such kind of study, that whether the justice is having any impact on the commitment, the results will be the same.
Gee. Actually, sir, there is a research gap. So in the Western context, when we see that there are a large number of studies to reveal these relationships. But in context of the cement industry, particularly with reference to the cement organizations, there are little number of studies.
Listen, any study which contradicted your conclusions, which you concluded that all hypotheses were accepted, and there is no correlation was found between the organizational justice,
yes,
the employee's commitment. Any study available anywhere?
Perhaps it may be available, sir, but I cannot centralize at that point. There are certain studies in which we have to be on the basis of contextual study. The relationship may be adverse.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Next presenter is Dilip Kumar Hansraj, research scholar from Saurashtra University, Rajkot, Gujarat. Yes, Dilip ji, please unmute.
Yes, sir. Sir, I want to share my
Yeah.
PPT, but it is not work. So I want to on camera.
No,
And,
it is working. I think you are showing yourself
but
by
sir,
sharing.
I used to my cell phone, and
Okay, okay.
it is
Do
not support to
no
PPT
problem.
PowerPoint. I
Start,
have also have.
start करिए आप. और
Okay, sir.
presentation. Okay.
Sir, myself, Nakum Dilip Kumar Hansraj. I am research scholar, Department of Commerce, Saurashtra University, Rajkot. Today I want to show you my research paper on study on case management practices in Indian corporate sector with special reference to paper and forest industries and analytical study on selected companies. First of all, I want to go objective of the study. For the study, there must to be objectives which lead to right way of the study. And my study's objective is one of to analyze liquidity position in selected paper companies. Second is to check case conversion cycle of selected paper companies and examine case management practices in selected paper companies during the study period. And my research study period is 10 years for the study 2010-11 to 2020-21, that is 10 years of time period has been considered. And type of the study, there are many types of the study for the research design. This study has been considered as analytical and comparative study. Sir, we have three ratios for the my study. First is current ratio, second is case conversion cycle, and third is in this research paper two only two ratios for the research paper. First is case conversion cycle, current ratio and case conversion cycle. I have four companies for the my research paper. First is TNP Tamil Nadu paper and forest companies, JK paper, West Coast and Imami. I have select four company for my research paper, and I say I have find 10 years data for each company. And to calculate current ratio, first we discussed current ratio. To calculate current ratio, ratios formula is current assets have been divided by the current liabilities. From the 10 years calculation of current ratios, there we find the minimum case ratio was of 0.07 of West Coast company.
Listen, please come to the findings.
Sorry, sir.
What were your conclusions?
Okay, sir.
Major findings.
Okay, sir. The present study shows the importance of case and its management in select paper sector companies. Different analytical tools has been used for the calculation of current ratio, and case conversion cycle. From the analysis, it is clear that null hypothesis is rejected and alternate hypothesis is accepted. This study gives us the clear idea of how the case can be managed effectively in the paper sector. Sir.
Is it over now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Next presentation, please.
Next presenter है सिद्धार्थ no Miss Revati. Please unmute कर लीजिए आप. Please unmute yourself.
Yes, sir. Hello. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. You can start your presentation, please.
Yes, sir. So my screen is visible?
Yes, it's coming.
Okay. So good evening to one and all. My name is Revati Hunswadkar, Assistant Professor, Department of Management Studies, BK Birla College, Kalyan, Maharashtra, India. My research paper is on a study on impact of digitalized creative accounting teaching methods in KDMC area. As we know, education plays an important role in both personal development as well as social change. There are numerous opportunities to enrich students' academic life through a teaching profession. Accounting education differs from other subjects such as language, history, and science, keeping the current scenario where online teaching has become the new normal. As a teacher, we should take an advantage to these situations in upgrading ourselves to teach more creatively. The objective of the study to study the various innovative ways of teaching accounting on the digital platform, to study the impact of digitalized creative teaching methods, as well as to see what are the challenges faces while implementing online teaching methods. The research methodology, which was done by descriptive research methodology, was adopted. The proposed study was in qualitative nature. Primary data, secondary data, and sampling size was involved in that. I have also referred some review of literature, which has noted down in my slide. These are my hypothesis slide, and hypothesis testing will be seen for the further slide. Data analysis and interpretation was done on the age, gender and age of respondent where question were asked to the respondent, where I found that 18 were males, 18 were male teaching faculty or teaching educator, and 18 were female faculty educator. So where I found that 52% were lying between the age group of 30 years to 40 years. My hypothesis testing. The hypothesis that you see on the screen were tested through chi-square, in which p-value was more than 0.05 significance. Hence, I have accepted null hypothesis, that is association between gender of respondent and the preferred mode of teaching of accounting subjects were almost neutral. That means all the faculties, whatever the respondent I have chosen, whatever the sample size I have chosen, both the faculties were neutral in online and offline mode. The second hypothesis testing that you see on the screen, through ANOVA, that is one way using ANOVA method I have used, where this identifies that F value is more than F critical value, and it indicates I have accepted an alternate hypothesis, which shows there is some significant difference between the various methods while teaching creative accounting. Next hypothesis, again say this third hypothesis also tested through one way using one-way ANOVA method, where it shows the F value is more than F critical value and it is less than P value. So here also I have accepted alternative hypothesis, which shows a significant difference between the various platforms preferred for creative teaching and accounting subjects. Some of the recommendations and suggestion has come up with the faculties with where I have interaction with them. So as they suggested to modernize the teaching methods by incorporating the internet, social medias, videos, and games with the traditional teaching methods to provide students with a rich and meaningful learning experience. Some education institutions should encourage teachers to use innovative teaching methods. Workshops should be arranged for teachers to train them how to use the updated technology in their classrooms. My findings and conclusion. Teachers can no rely solely on traditional teaching method. It can be made engaging by combining traditional method with the creative digital teaching methods. According to the study findings, the increased growth of technology in new teaching and learning method support the idea that teacher must play more active role in teaching and learning process of accounting subject. The teacher must evolve into a leader, a facilitator, and a mediator. According to the finding of my study, education allows teacher to use technology to improve teaching and learning methods. We can conclude with certainty that online teaching has no negative impact on teacher performance and teaching outcomes are indifferent to online teaching. These are some references where I have referred some articles in a research paper.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Just go to your objective slide once again, the objectives.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you can just think of revising your objectives like
okay.
to emphasize the various innovative ways of teaching accounting subjects on digital platform. I think to start any objective with that, to emphasize is not appropriate. You can think again.
Yes, sir. Sure.
The rest of the two objectives again to study. It is understood that during the process of the research you will be studying. So just think of just writing the objective more in a more precise and concise way. And secondly, if you match your objective with your title, again there is some gap between the title and the objectives. Then suggestions, if you see the suggestions are very general, very vague. Even without carrying any this kind of research, anyone could have given that suggestion. When we are giving the suggestions, it should be very practical, very precise and specific and useful. Because if somebody who is the stakeholder, particularly for this in this paper's context, perhaps the suggestions will not work for that, because anyone can give such kind of suggestions. And finally, before giving the suggestions, you could have included the conclusions and the findings, and your suggestion should have been based on your findings only. So that's some observation regarding your paper. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Revati ji. The next presenter is Siddharth. No. Next presenter is Mr. Siddharth, research scholar from Kalaburagi, Karnataka. Please unmute कर लीजिए. Yeah, Siddharth ji, please. Are you presenting your paper or not? Are you presenting your paper, Mr. Siddharth? I think he's not interested to present his paper. Okay. Now next presenter is Mr. Rohit. Mr. Rohit Mahajan, please unmute. Mr. Rohit Mahajan, please unmute. Mr. Rohit Mahajan.
He's not there, perhaps.
No, he is in the list. Mr. Rohit Mahajan. Yes,
Yes,
please.
sir. I have unmuted. Please give me time. Yes, there's some network problem. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Good evening.
Please,
yes.
You can start. Yeah.
Yeah, I can start. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Yeah. So good evening, all. I'm Rohit Mahajan, assistant professor in marketing at IMS Ghaziabad. I'm going to present my paper on impact of technological developments on customer trust with special reference to banking services. So as you all know, customer is the king of the market. So everything, every service the company manufactures, any product the company manufactures, it is for the benefit of the customer. So objectives of my study were to study the impact of technological developments on service quality, how that this technology is developing day by day. So there is no end to the development of technology. How this technological development is putting its impact on the quality of service being delivered to the customer. My second objective was to study the impact of service quality on customer satisfaction. And third objective was to study the impact of customer satisfaction on customer trust. So on the basis of extensive literature review, I formulated a conceptual framework for my study. So there is one independent variable, technological developments. So, and service quality and customer satisfaction are the mediating variables, and the dependent variable is customer trust. On the basis of these objectives and theoretical model, my hypothesis proposed were: the first hypothesis, there is a direct relationship between technological development and service quality. Second hypothesis was there is direct relationship between technological development and customer satisfaction. And my third hypothesis was there is direct relation between service quality and customer satisfaction. And my fourth hypothesis was there is direct relationship between customer satisfaction and customer trust. So I collected the data. I designed a questionnaire containing 25 items. I collected the data through Google questionnaire from 350 respondents, the customer of different banks in Delhi NCR. So eServQual model I used, and technological this STAM model I used to design my questionnaire. After collecting the data was analyzed by using SPSS, by using EFA, exploratory factor analysis, and confirmatory factor analysis. So alpha value was above 0.70, which was acceptable. So KMO was 0.845, which was in the acceptable range. So confirmatory factor analysis was done by using MOS 21. So this was my discriminant analysis for all the 4 factors which were extracted through EFA, exploratory factor analysis: technological development, service quality, CS, customer satisfaction, and the customer trust. So the model which I proposed for the study was found to be fit as per the different indices, the values of CMIN, of GFI, AGFI, NFI, IFI, and CFI. And the hypotheses were tested by using confirmatory factor analysis, and all the p-values and the path estimate. So all the 4 hypotheses were supported. So this is the tested model with the help of these 4 hypotheses. And mediation analysis was done. So there is a partial mediation exists between technological development and customer trust through the mediating variable service quality and customer satisfaction. So concluding, technological developments definitely put its strong impact on service quality, customer satisfaction, and finally on the customer trust. Yes, so this is my presentation. Any question?
Thank you, Rohitji. It was a really wonderful presentation. Thank you. The next presenter is Madhu Verma ji. Madhu Verma ji, please. Madhu Verma ji, please unmute. Madhu Verma ji, are you interested to present? Please unmute. Okay, I think she's not interested. No problem. Those who have some technical issues, they can send your presentation on our mail ID. Swati Tomar ji, please unmute. Serial number 32, Swati Tomar, research scholar from Dehradun, Himalayan University. Swati Tomar ji, please unmute kariye. I think today is they are on the list, but the network problem is there, or what happened? Please unmute kariye. Okay, Jainab Farooqi ji. The last presenter is Jainab Farooqi ji. Yes, Swati Tomar ji, are you going? Yeah. Actually, some network problem is from your side.
Yes, sir.
It will be very difficult that
available.
I think you cannot present your paper because the voice is not coming. The voice is breaking. So you can send your PPT on our mail ID. We will consider it as presentation.
So just
no, but the voice is not coming now.
Let me try. So let me try once.
It's
Just
very
wait.
bad
I'll
network
just
from
put
your
off
side.
my video. Now, yes. So a lot of weather issues over here.
That's why I'm telling you.
So now is it? I'm audible.
Now it's audible. Yeah, you please try.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. So
Good
today I am.
evening.
Yes,
Start, please.
Today I'll present my. So today's topic is like theoretical review of green human resource management practices. Now, what is green human resource management? A brief introduction. The rising environmental concerns in concrete business and industry to develop and use the green management by adopting eco-friendly practices. As we know, the human resource department plays a very crucial role in a company's functioning. There is a rising need to incorporate the green ideals into the HRM procedures. The Arul Raja author defined the green human resource management as the part of human resource management that focuses on efforts to transform the organizational employees into the green employees, with the goal of achieving the organizational as well as the environmental sustainability. Now there are few green human resource management practices. Let me give you a brief idea about them. Like we have in the HR department, green recruitment and selection, green training, green performance management, green pay and reward, and green employee involvement. Now, what is the meaning of green recruitment? It is a paperless recruitment process. It aims at attracting and hiring the environmentally responsible workforce. Now, what is green selection?
Swati ji, did you carry any research on this particular topic? Because most of the researchers know it well that what the green marketing is. We are more concerned about the empirical study that you have carried instead of the.
Yes, I'll be present. Technical also.
You are not audible.
Hello.
Your voice is cracking. It's not coming.
So now I'm audible.
If you have done any study, then please tell us about the findings of the study and the suggestions. That's all.
So right now I have not presented any empirical paper on this.
Okay.
In this paper, I am telling you about the theoretical review of the green human resource management practices.
Actually, it will take a lot of time to give the theoretical presentation on the green marketing. It's a full-fledged topic rather. So it may not be possible to present it within 2 or 3 minutes. You can just tell us in 1 minute or half.
I'm just telling you the outline only.
Conclusion. What's the conclusion? That's all.
Yes, sir. So like these are the some practices like green performance management, green pay and reward. In green performance, it involves setting up a green performance standards for the employees so that the organization can evaluate against those environmental standards. And in involvement, the green human resource management will foster a participative culture. So there are a lot of advantages for implementing this in the organization as well as for the employees. Like implementing this, it will have the it will have the commitment. It will increase the it will enhance the competitive advantage for the organization. Organization focusing on eco-green will help in the cost reduction. It will reduce the labor turnover. It will then when business will also focus on green concept, their job performance level will increase. So all will be this is the advantages of this.
Thank you, Swati. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Swati ji. Yes, Madhuji, you can try once again. Please unmute. Or should I call Jana Farooqi ji? Okay, Jana Farooqi ji, please unmute.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes. Please. You are the last presenter.
Yes, sir. Is my screen audible, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Okay. So a hearty good evening to everyone. Last but not the least, I'm Zainab Farooqi from the Department of Commerce and Management, Ranchi University, Ranchi. And before I begin, I would like to express my heartily gratefulness to Maharishi Arvind Institute of Social Science and Management and Inspira Research Association for providing me with this chance to share a digital platform with such born homey intellectuals.
स्वेटर तो आज रखा था ना उसमें बैग में.
Janabji, please continue.
Okay, so there was some disturbance. So
There was some disturbance, but I muted her. Please, you can continue.
am I visible, sir? Like,
Yes, you are visible. Your screen is also visible.
thank you so much, sir. I thought there's some. Okay. So as I said, a hearty good evening to everyone. Today I'm last but not the least. I'm Zaina Faruqi from the Department of Commerce and Management, Ranchi University, Ranchi. And I'm heartily grateful to the ARVIND Institute of Science and Management and of course, Inspira Research Association for providing me with the chance to share the digital platform with such born homey intellectuals. So today the topic that I've chosen is something on which I'm personally working beyond this research paper. And my topic is school dropouts in India, reasons and prospective solutions. So the first thing that is, who are the school dropouts? So an ever enrolled person who did not complete the last level of education for which he or she was enrolled and is no longer enrolled in any institution. And children drop out of school in India at primary, secondary and senior secondary level. And the data suggests that dropout rate of boys at secondary level is more than girls, and the dropout rate of girls is more at primary level. Dropout rate in India at senior secondary level is around 17%. At upper primary and primary, it is 1.8 and 1.5%. Dropout rate is more than 25% in states like Tripura, Sikkim, Nagaland, Meghalaya, Madhya Pradesh, etc. The figures are endless and alarming. And I've included a full report which has been issued by the Ministry of Education and Literacy, Government of India in my research paper. Then next we come to what are the reasons for dropouts. So I've just summarized the reasons in form of a bar graph, which says, children drop out of school majorly because they are not interested in studies, or the family faces a lot of financial crunch in order to fund their education. Oftenly children are engaged in the domestic work to bring some financial gain to the family. Often girls, especially, in economic work, or the school is far away, the infrastructure is not there, or they're not able to cope up with the educational pressure, or especially females, they are married, and there are several other reasons. So what are the prospective solutions? Of course, in general, we can say that the government can improve the infrastructure, or the education can be made more skill focused, or we can increase the attractiveness of education, or parents can motivate their children who want to drop out or don't want to continue their studies. But the most important solution that I've found out personally is awareness. Which should be spread by the government, by the NGOs, you, me, and everyone out there. Because the government of India has done and is still doing a marvelous work in the field of education, and we have achieved an access to elementary education of 96%. But the real challenge is to retain this percentage and wipe out the reasons which result in the dropouts. So frankly speaking, we cannot put the baggage of everything bad happening in the country on the shoulders of government. And I personally feel that government has done a lot of good in this field. The secondary purpose to bring this topic here might be to add on my CV and bag an award. But the primary purpose that I've brought this topic on this platform today is that because I feel this platform is full of people who have brought a change in the education system, kind of a revolution, right? And most reason behind the dropout in India are related to the mindset and perspective of people. It is not something physical like planting a tree or building a bridge. So I just want to request everyone here that if possible, we can have a one-on-one discussion with families and parents around and motivate them to send their children to school. And if we are able, we can help them financially, right? And if they are not very much familiar with the process of documentation, we can help them in that. I'm personally doing it at my level, and I would request all of you to do that. I would end my presentation saying that घर घर में शिक्षा का दीप जलाएं, आओ भारत को और महान बनाएं. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Janab ji. Once again, you did wonderful.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from your side? I'd be happy to answer.
No questions to you. It appears that you are just a beginner, but it was a good effort. That's all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So I think we have done the presentations, and if anybody left, he or she can still write in the chat box. You have 1 minute. You can still write in the chat box if anybody left. Madhuji, okay, Madhuji, I have unmuted you, but you are not able to unmute yourself. Yes.
Yes, sir, I am here. Thank you so much.
Okay,
Yeah.
please you continue.
Yeah, can I share the PPT, sir?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I'll try to share it. Just a moment.
Madhu Verma ma'am is assistant professor from Barkatullah University, Bhopal.
I hope, sir, this is
Screen is not screen. Actually, screen is not coming. You can present your presentation orally also.
okay. Okay, I can just present it orally.
Yes.
My research is based on the housing finance companies. I have made an attempt to analyze the performance between the two leading housing finance companies, which are Canfin Homes and Diwan Housing Finance Company, which has been stealing the limelight lately. The approach is financial analysis, which is known as CAMEL approach. Studying the capital adequacy, the asset to income ratio, the management and accountability, the earning ratio, and the liquidity profile of the company. And if I could share, or I have already sent you the PPT, and through the paper, I can show that since 2012, the performance of Diwan Housing Finance Limited has been deteriorating badly. And if the analysts had pointed out earlier, maybe we could hold the scam to a lower level, though which it jumped to such high tune of making 100 crores of a scam. So though there are so many tools and web portals now available which monitor the performance of the financial services on a daily and even on an hourly basis. But when this was not available, number of attempts would have been made to analyze the company's performance. So I have depicted that Diwan Housing Finance Limited, or DHFL, was really deteriorating in the performance. And so housing finance is actually a long-term asset. And the performance of the company cannot be just considered by a slice of time. So the study entails, actually I have made a 30-year analysis of the company, both the companies, the Canfin Homes and the DHFL. So there is a growth pattern and then there is a fast deterioration. So this was concluded in my study that whenever we consider the housing assets, which is a need of the people, core of the economy, a long-term perspective should be considered when these financial companies are considered in growth aspect. So thank you very much. I have shared the PPT with you, sir, and I thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share my study.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madhu ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. And Raviji, now I take the initiative to give my observations.
Yes, sir. Please.
Dear participants.
So video is not showing, sir. Please.
Yeah, just a minute. Yeah.
आपका दिखना सर बहुत जरूरी है, sir.
Dear participants, first of us, I must compliment all the paper presenters who have really done good efforts to present their papers. Since we are already running short of time, let me give you a few of my observations. I found that most of the paper presenters were perhaps beginners. Most of them are research scholars. And since you are a beginner, so of course, as a beginner, there are certain lapses and shortcomings. For your guidance, I strongly recommend all the participants of this conference that please watch 2 videos which are available on Inspira YouTube channel. The title of the paper is, the title of the videos are How to Write Good Research Papers by P. Malyadri. They are available on YouTube. Professor P. Malyadri has been a resource person and speaker in the Inspira workshops also, and fortunately, the videos are available on YouTube channel. Professor P. Malyadri has very extensively elaborated the systematic approach of paper writing. I'm quite sure that these videos will be very, very useful for all the researchers. Even myself, I found it very useful. As far as the papers are concerned, of course, there are certain suggestions for the improvement. Pick up the title of your paper, which is something new, something novel, something different. Secondly, your objectives must match with the title. What we found that there were objectives mentioned by many presenters who are not in conformity with the title of your paper. Objectives must be very precise, and objectives, in many cases, they were very vague. Besides that, in a time of 5 or 6 minutes, it may not be possible to read the entire paper, and it is not expected also. Presenters should confine to the major objectives, 2 or 3 at the most. In brief, the research methodology and the major findings. And besides that, it is expected that during the presentation in virtual conference or the physical conference, you must give the presentation with PowerPoint, because it may not be possible for the audience to concentrate on your paper. Most of the presenters today who have given their presentation, maybe I understand that it is because of the technology problem, because the bandwidth was perhaps the major problem. You couldn't give, but it is expected that every presentation must be supported by the PowerPoint, and that too, please don't read your presentation verbatim. It is expected that by showing the slide, you should just speak extemporaneously that what basically your paper contains. That would be very helpful to concentrate on the paper. In fact, whenever there is a competition for best paper awards, etc., normally it is evaluated on the 3 parameters: what the content is, what is the quality of your slides, and the way you give your presentation. Of course, most of you are beginners, but I must compliment that in spite of that, you have really tried to give your presentation, and please do take participation in the conferences, seminars, workshops. Maybe they are being organized by the Inspira or some other associations, organizations also, but do keep presenting your research papers. Get them published also. It will be very helpful for your final presentation, and because it is a mandatory requirement to attend workshops and seminars, at least 2 conferences and 2 research papers. It is mandatory for most of the universities nowadays. So with these words, again, congratulations to all the participants, and over to Dr. Ravi Modi. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Anil Mehta, sir, for the excellent chairperson's remarks. Thank you so much, sir. And I request everyone to put on the cameras so that we can take some screenshots. And now I would like to invite Dr. Aarti Chopra, Joint Secretary, Inspira Research Association and Principal, Bhavan's College of Communication and Management, for delivering vote of thanks on behalf of organizers of the conference.
Thank you so much, Ravi sir. So all the cameras are on. Kindly switch on all the cameras so
Yes,
that
please switch on the camera so that we can take screenshots, and we will actually post it on social media also. And Inspira page is also made on Facebook.
So I get the best time to speak when all the cameras are on. That means all the participants are attentive.
Right, ma'am. Right.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A very, very good evening to each one of you. I take privilege and pride to propose the vote of thanks at the end of the first day of 12th International Multidisciplinary Conference on Innovations, Achievements and Challenges on Global Economy, Commerce and Management, Technology and Digital World, being jointly organized by Maharishi Arvind Institute of Science and Management along with Inspira Research Association-IRA Jaipur. It is said that change is the only constant. Survival of any business unit, small or large, manufacturing or trading, domestic or global, totally depends on how innovative they are being able to manage with the fast changing trends of the market. Innovation is vital in all the phases of life today. This conference is a great effort to bring out the think tanks on one platform for useful deliberations. At the outset, I wish to show our indebtedness towards our Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Nilima Singh, Vice Chancellor, University of Kota, who has spared her valuable time and benefited us with her words of wisdom. I would like to mention Professor S.S. Modi and Dr. Shalini Saiwal for their productive opening remarks and give a good start of the day. I would especially like to thank our esteemed chairperson, Sir Dean Pester Argulis from Philippines, to enlighten us with his deep knowledge. I would like to show my deep sense of regards and gratitude to our additional chairpersons, Dr. Beatriz Lucia Bizotto from Brazil and our very own Professor Anil Mehta Sir, Banastali University, for their impressive presentations and sharing their deep insights with us. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude for our co-person and keynote speaker, Dr. Anukrati Sharma, Head and Associate Professor, University of Kota, for her mesmerizing and insightful presentation. Our renowned and intellectual keynote speaker, Dr. Gul Erkol Berem from Turkey, has left a mark on the minds of all the audiences and give her knowledgeable and effective presentation. I wish to appreciate and specially thank the whole team of Maharishi Arvind Institute of Science and Management, Jaipur, for this worthy collaboration. Right from the patron, Dr. Bharat Parashar, Director, Maharishi Arvind Institute, to the whole organizing team. I wish to appreciate the conference organizing directors, Professor S.S. Modi, President IRA, former Professor, Department of ABST, University of Rajasthan, and Dr. Rubina Sajid for this wonderful collaboration. I would salute the whole organizing team of the conference from both the organization, Maharishi Arvind Institute and IRA, Joint Organizing Directors, Professor Anil Mehta Sir and Dr. Mayank Sharma, for showing great interest in the whole proceeding of the conference. Conference organizing secretaries are very own, as Professor Mehta always calls him, young and dynamic Dr. R.K. Modi sir and Dr. Vineet Pant for holding the command during the preparations of the conference. I would like to mention Dr. Hemant Paliwal, Dr. Ashok Kumar, and Dr. Shalini Saiwal, and the whole team of Maharishi Arvind Institute and IRA for their persistent and constant efforts to make this conference fruitful and worthy. And most importantly, I would like to thank all the participants from all over the nation who have shown great interest by presenting their papers on such varied subjects. Looking forward for one more day filled with knowledge and thrilling deliberations. So see you tomorrow. Over to Dr. Ravi Modi sir, and hope to see you all tomorrow. Please do come tomorrow also, same time, same platform. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Aarti Chopra, ma'am. You are also one of the organizing team member of this conference. So thanks to you also.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And thanks to all the participants. Once again, the presentations was really wonderful by all the presenters. Thanks to team Maharishi Arvind. Once again, thanks to team Inspira, executive members of Inspira Research Association, all the life members of Inspira Research Association. I would like to thank. And tomorrow we shall meet on the same time, that is 4:15 p.m. for the second day's session. So thank you and good night. If any query, you can